Hello, boys and girls. Welcome to Chapter 4 of the Secrets of Dyrt, in which I will play the game and give some developers commentary. Now, before I start the game itself, one important note. The name of this chapter actually gives it away, Revelations. This is the chapter in which some very important stuff within the storyline is about to be revealed. So, spoiler warning is now in order. If you want to play the game yourself and, don't want it spoiled, then this could be the moment that you better stop watching, especially once the dark storage dungeon begins, as there some very important stuff about Lord Dzigimza will be revealed, and of course the reason why the Order of Onyx is hunting Eric. If you don't wish to know that prior to playing the game yourself, and you should by now have seen enough to decide for yourself if you want to play the game yourself, then this could be the right moment to stop watching if you don't mind spoilers, or if you have already played the game yourself. Then of course, then I wish you a lot of fun with the next video, in which I will give my comments on whatever is going to happen.
Are you staring at our guests? Stop that! Never saw you as a fairy before, did you? Well, neither did I, but am I staring? Staring is rude, and I'm fitting for a soldier. Be ready to bring our guest to His Majesty. Am I making myself clear? Yes, ma'am.
Is this the same Arshera that is Venice? Must be simply that was just full of surprises. Welcome to Area, my friends. I'd love to show you around. Area is the land of high mountains and deep valleys. You'd really have to come and see it. You really must. I can't just wait to show it all to you, and to get to know everything from you guys. Well, you tell me the things, well, we are in the way. This is just very exciting. Of course, this will have to be pronounced very quickly. Yep, definitely the same girl. Chapter 4, Revelations. Well, let's first have a small look around the castle. As we are basically in a new world now, huh? Well, this is the cellar, and this guy is Scharun. Now, Scharun can at this point of the game be pretty hard to beat. Each character can fight him one-on-one, and should he or she win, then the next fight will immediately give you a new ability. Well, I think it's now my new obsession is still the achievement for defeating the boss in the Abyss. I guess this recording got a bit behind on things. The person who is in the lead will fight Scharun.
Very unlikely I stand a chance to him with Eric at this moment. Yeah, that's... It doesn't matter, as you can always come back later in the game to fight him. Well, let's try out what Iravonia can do. Well, Schragoon misses. That is... Well, I don't think she's gonna win. Her magic is still too weak. Well, I will try it again later. Trust me on that one. Rebecca has succeeded. And of course, you will see later which move has been awarded to her because of that. Maria, I don't think she will stand much of a chance. She is, after all, the weakest character of the bunch. However, she does have a few at her disposal that can really help. That I don't even got the chance to. I see that my startup setting on the time gauge wasn't even, well, Cindy, I'm not even gonna try yet because she lacks. Yeah, I don't think it's really fruitful to go with the others now yet. But at least I could manage to go with Rebecca. Don't worry about Maria being at 1 HP, hitting the safe spot will immediately. Get her to full HP anyway. Well, the castle is most of all scenario, and part of Revelation is already done, but that is most of all the back lore. And a nice Traveler's Emblem as a reward for getting this far. The level cap has been increased to level 100. I don't expect any of the characters to get to that level anytime soon. Of course, aside from the bonus dungeon that you can only do for when you have enough achievements, I should have, yeah, I have all the... No, I think I missed one, but okay, that's... And here we have His Majesty, King Herondo. Now, King Herondo, the how many is impossible to say. Nearly every male monarch that area ever had is named Herondo. Only a few had a different. If your description is correct, there can be no doubt about it. It's very likely you indeed met the Order of Onyx. They are the immortal and invincible henchmen of Lord Tizikiyimza. These henchmen, as you call them, have been hunting us down all the time. Me in particular. Can you tell us why? Alas, I don't know that, Master Eric. But I do know a bit more about the history of Lord Tizikiyimza, as he is in a certain way also part of our history. To understand, I have to take you back thousands of years before he came. We Buffindos lived in the area peacefully, and so did the elves in the Listo. This all came to an end when the Buffindos, due to their immortality, ran out of resources, food and water. Led by the cruel Captain Quayaro, they invaded in the Listo and tried to kill all the elves living there. This event became known as the Great Buffindo War. Our supreme god, Yassatar, was furious, and he removed our immortality to ensure such a thing would never happen again. As a punishment, he also removed the wings of Captain Quayaro, who had illegally crowned himself King of the Listo already. Those who fought by Quayaro's side also lost their wings, and so the human race was born. And of course, now I really have to advertise my novels once more. The novel Irreversible, in other words, Irreversible. Perhaps if someone is willing to make an English translation of it, I learned the hard way that I should never translate my own novels, so I won't. But if there's anyone interested in translating that novel to English, let me know, as that novel describes the history that the king just summed up in full detail. Too bad the war didn't end though. King Quayaro convinced the humans that they were punished because they failed to exterminate the elves, and motivated them even more to fight against the elves. After Quayaro died, the war kept going on, and eventually both humans and elves forgot what the war was about. The war itself became the reason for the war. Yeah, ever realized how much reality you can find in fantasy? Thousands of years later, Venieria was born as the daughter of man and elf. We Buffindos lived here in isolation all this time out of fear for another war. But when spies reported her birth, we found a ray of hope that the day would draw near, the war would end, and humans and Buffindos could be reunited at last. Our fate was not misplaced. Venieria did more than we could hope for. With her devotion to healing, she sabotaged the war. Now I don't know if she did so intentionally, but thanks to her the long war came to an end at last. As we all know, Venieria paid for that with her life, but was revived as the goddess of healing. The Buffindos hoped that we were closer to reuniting than ever. This is a little typo there. The novel Venieria goes into the deep of Venieria's story. One of my first novels. I messed the translation a bit up, and it's actually there that I actually realized that I should never ever translate my own novels to a different language. Our hope became greater when trade between humans and elves came up. It was fragile, but it was there. But only a few years later, this came to an end, as Lord Tizikiyimza came out of nowhere. He first took control over the kingdom of Dyrt, a kingdom risen on a Boar island used by the humans to send their criminals to. After he had control over Dyrt, he destroyed the two kingdoms of men, Delisto and Kakanora. Lord Tizikajimza used to be human, but he broke the laws of nature and became a god. That's all we know about how he came to be. He took control over Wandalina, one of the daughters of the house of Gandor, the same house Angela also belongs to. She lost her own will, and she and the people you met became the Order of Onyx. Our people had to kill Wandalina, and her death was the reason Lord Tizikajimza to make the others immortal and invincible. Her body and most of all her brain was investigated by our scientists, and their report are too horrible to describe. Yassatar went berserk, and once more he came down to Phantasar and controlled Lord Tizikajimza. The battle was fierce, and Yassatar was unable to destroy Lord Tizikajimza, but he was victorious nonetheless, and Lord Tizikajimza and his Order of Onyx sank together with Dyrt to the bottom of the ocean. Nobody ever heard or saw him ever since. Our guess is that he was sleeping or recuperating for 20,000 years and is now planning his revival. Now, before questions arise about Wandalina, was Wandalina a full member of the Order of Onyx? Yes, she was. What the king said about her was true. However, since she is dead, we don't get to fight her. We can't get the notion out of our heads that Lord Tizikajimza is the product of the Great War. A war we started, and we feel a bit responsible for that. Not to mention that a Befindo used to be a member of his Order of Onyx, so one way or another we are involved. The king of Area at that time had no choice but to isolate Area definitely forever. It was already isolated, but then it was really indefinite. Never again were we allowed to be in contact with the other races again, or grave misfortune would happen again. Now, millennia later, I wonder if this was the right way to go, especially when coincidence brought us in contact with the dropouts. Coincidence? Well, it was rather I discovered them. Or did Maria discover us? Angela, don't tell. Maria was fishing for a tribe when her boat got into a stream, bringing her to the middle of the ocean. She would have died if I didn't see her while I was on patrol at our coastline, and I brought her to our land. Isolation law is all well and good, but I won't leave somebody to die for that. Angela! Don't be embarrassed by that, Maria. I told you before that you might have been unfortunate that day, but to us it was a very bright day, as you proved that day that Befindo and Elf can coexist. Our trade with the dropouts is yet small, but I hope we can break that silly law soon. In fact, now that Lord Tizikajimza, an heirloom to our mistakes of the past, is threatening the world once more, we must stop hiding ourselves and do what we must do. And that's why I give you Ashela. She may be young, as a matter of fact she's 19 years old, and Befindo's age as quickly as humans do. After all, genetically they are the same, the only difference is their wings. And their balance organ is a bit weaker than that of humans, because Befindos can balance with their wings, but as humans don't have wings, they are more reliant on their balance organ for balance. We are truly grateful, Your Highness. I'm sure Miss Angela will be a true asset to our group. However, we still don't know where to go next. When this Lord Thingamabob is really invincible, how will we stand a chance against him? I have an idea. It's totally crazy, close to insanity actually, but if it works, we can learn something. Yeah, the mountain of the temple of Malavia, the goddess of life and light. She is Yasatar's wife. And the temple itself is guarded by the Gordo. Yeah, the Gordo are not just ordinary wolves. They are godlike wolves. They were specifically set there to guard the temple. I used to have a picture of King Herondo. However, it is lost somewhere and I haven't been able to recover it. Yeah, kata. Kata is a feelings. Otherwise known as people. Now, as you can see here, kata is of course not from these parts. Ooh, are we jealous, Iravonia? It's normally not in the nature of a fairy to be jealous. They are polygamic by nature. However, as Iravonia might already be bound to Eric in the fairy bond of love, she's still a virgin to him. And until the moment she's no longer robbed of her virginity by none other than Eric himself, she might act truly jealous, even though it will never happen that he would do it to someone else due to the love bond. Of course, she's also teasing him a little, as that is also her nature. Okay, now here I'll offer up a deal to end all this. If the king agrees, you, that refers to Eric, go with Iravonia and Master Brandor and Miss Angela to the temple, Eric. I'll go with the others to Cat Island to bring little Kata home, alright? So that means that the party will be split in two teams for the time being. One team Eric will therefore have Iravonia, Brandor and Angela, and Team Rebecca will have Rebecca, Cindy, Durnor and Maria. Of course, eventually the team will rejoin and continue the story from there. Now, the Befindos were actually just an inspiration that came up when my girlfriend at the time bought a book about how to draw anime girls. And of course, Winged Girls were also part of that book. And as a matter of fact, they even had their own chapter. However, many ideas for the Befindos came up, and they were therefore really the way in how I could set up a very huge portion of the lore of Fantasar beyond the story of Nostramantu. So basically, the coincidence made things possible. Now this is a night scene, and here we see a crack in the wall. Something that has come back many times in the Fantasar lore is the Oracle. She wasn't present in the first version of the story, but you have to remember the first setup for the game was when I was still with my former girlfriend. When she broke up, I was devastated, unable to do anything, and it took me a long while before I would actually dare to write this game in the first version as I was originally intending. And that would be years later. In the meantime, I had already written a few of the novels that would dictate the series. So these novels did influence the game a lot, but in the end all for the better, in my honest opinion. And the crack in the wall, I said, it leads to the Oracle, who has already made her appearance in several novels of mine. What has been said is for you alone. That is a quote by Morpheus. He said it when Neo first leaves the Oracle. Now, the Oracle has also been a bit inspired by King's Quest VI, as there's also an Oracle. This Oracle is totally different. It was just giving the Befindos an Oracle that was inspired from there. The way I made the Oracle itself, I really don't know where I got that inspiration from, to be honest. She is basically a kind of opposites. She looks like a beautiful young woman on the outside, but on the inside, she is an extremely old woman. This thanks to a curse. Now, I might have been inspired because I have known a few women at the time who were pretty young, but who suffered from diseases that made their physical condition not the way they looked on the outside. Although I must confess that when I created the Oracle, I exaggerated this. I think that is where my inspiration came from. Now, of course, I mentioned my novel about the war that Quayaro fought against the elves. And as the Oracle reveals now, she played a role in that war, and her role would eventually cause her to get cursed. I think it is only obvious that she plays an important key role in that novel. Yeah, Eric doesn't recognize Cindy as one of his friends. As a matter of fact, he has grown to hate her due to that incident outside the Black Dragon Cave, in which he accidentally pushed Eravonia off the cliff. He was never able to forgive her for that one. So he only tolerates her presence, but he was never able to like her. My lord, remember that she called you that.
No, I don't have a portrait of the oracle. It was never drawn. Now, I am not going to reveal the oracle's true identity, the identity that she herself forgot. I'd say read my novel or wait for an English translation of it, and you will find out yourself. Now, she does tell a few important things about Lord Diskijimza, whose name has actually a very funny story. And the story is really too ridiculous to tell, but I will do it anyway. How the name Lord Jimza came to be was I had a fictional villain that didn't have a name, and the first thing I saw was when I had to name him was a building housing a gym, and the Dutch word for that is gymzaal. And basically that became his name because I didn't have another name. Now, of course, the name always lingered in my head, and the villain in question was never worked out, let's say that. When I began to work out the story for this game, I decided to revive that name, but of course it would be absolutely insane to name the villain that. Any Dutch person would immediately be alarmed about what a crazy name he had. So I decided to fuck up the name with a lot of crazy letters, and the pronunciation became Jemza, which comes very close to Himzaal. As a matter of fact, many Dutch spelling correctors would even correct his name as Himzaal. That is the joke. And the name remained, and eventually I came up with the actual pronunciation of Diskijimza, and basically the rest is history. Of course, when I began working out the first version of the game that was never finished due to the breakup of my girlfriend, in that time the Harry Potter series rose to popularity, and of course the villain Lord Voldemort was also never mentioned by name, only called you know who or he who must not be named. Of course, in the Harry Potter series it was because they feared Voldemort so much that they didn't dare to pronounce his name, and would shiver in fear every time his name was mentioned. In this game, the name of the villain is simply not pronounced because only a few know how to actually pronounce it. So they come up with a lot of silly names. That was actually a kind of coincidence, but in the same time, it could turn into a bit of parody that way. I'm sure that J.K. Rowling, if she's really the woman I take her for, that she could be quite amused by this coincidence, but in a certain way, it was for me another reason to keep his name, as I could parody that in the same time. Let there be no mistake about it, I really have my deepest respect for Rowling. She is one of my big examples when it comes to my own fantasy work, even though you can't compare my work to hers.
Well, let's save the game. Now the game will allow you to choose if you first want to do the mission of Team Eric or the mission of Team Rebecca. I will start with the mission of Team Eric. But you can also start with Team Rebecca. It doesn't actually matter. You have to do both missions anyway. If you do the mission of Team Eric first, then as soon as you finished it, the game will automatically switch to Team Rebecca. And of course vice versa, and as soon as you have done them both, then the game will continue with the story as it goes once the two have rejoined. So let's go to Malavia Temple with Eric, Iravonia, Brandor, and Ashena. Of course, what is very important to keep in mind is that until the moment the two teams have reunited, I won't be able to switch party members, and no, the teams can't meet each other until the rejoining took place. Well, two new locations, the lost city of Frusk Brando and Royal City. Royal City is the capital of the Kingdom of Area. Now this game won't take it any further than the marketplace. So that way you have, of course, access to marketplaces and such. Now Cat Island has, of course, also a city. Okay, this is the security stand where you can't do that much at this moment. And this is the weapon store. It really looks like I won't have enough money to buy anything. No, I'm not going to grind forever to get all that. Of course, I can sell stuff that I no longer need. And I'm afraid it still won't be enough. At least I think I will leave it at that. Let's just put it in the bank. Now basically both teams have 2 dungeons to complete. Well, with this amount I should of course be able to buy at least a sword, but let's just leave it in the bank. Hopefully I can get more money while in Frusk Brando. That is the first dungeon for Team Eric. And the second dungeon will be the cave leading to the Temple of Malabia. Well, Brando was actually not meant to be much. I just needed a kind of excuse for an extra dungeon. Well, it's not much, but at least Argella has a healing spell. It's far not as powerful as what Cindy can do, but it's better than nothing, eh? Now this giant mouse called Lemming don't be surprised if it commits suicide. You will then still get the experience points. It's a bit based on the story that lemmings would all commit suicide in large amounts. The theory appears to be debunked as the documentary in which we saw the lemmings do that appears to have been faked. Urban legends or no urban legends, it was just nice to make a joke about. After all, the story that magpies would steal shiny things also appears to be a legend, and yet it was how Maria got her name. bit nasty. The Demonair is an air demon, like the name suggests. So its weakness is of course earth. Yet it is pretty much recommendable to get rid of the shrooms first. In order not to get poisoned. So yeah, it's of course making choices. Now the way Iraconia was placed already made that I had to improvise anyway. Of course, you may have noted the letters before the enemies' names. They are of course the same as on the time gauge. I did that specifically so you would always know which enemy was. Currently making a move or which enemy it is we're waiting for. Of course, a new chapter, so a new combat tune. You may, by the way, see that the encounter gauge is not really going down quickly. That has, of course, to do with the way this dungeon has been set up. You may see that the trees are actually pretty much too perfectly lined up for a Katua level. So yes, this map was also designed with Teddy Bear and copied into this game. Now, until Team Eric has rejoined with Team Rebecca, you cannot leave area. And of course, Team Rebecca has gone to Cat Island. And they cannot leave Cat Island until they completed their mission. That was a bit of a protection, as there are some dungeons on the listo in which you can really get yourself stuck eternally if one of the characters is missing. Most notably Iravonia should not be missing there. Okay, that makes quite a sum of money. And not only that, I also think it serves the storyline a bit better. Coming up with proper spell animations for wind attacks has always been a bit bothersome, I must admit that. But I think what we see now will do fine, at least. It was, after many different approaches to that, perhaps one of the best things I could come up with. This is terrible. Rock. Of course, this gives me a lot of earth points. Okay, it makes things easier, I suppose. How did the name Debonair come to be? Well, it just sounded fun. Now it may appear that Argella does not do a lot of damage, but don't be fooled. She has a more special approach in her attacks. She's the only character who cannot miss at all. She has a 100% accuracy, even to enemies that would normally always be missed. And some enemies are specifically designed for her to take on. And she can also get a few special moves that even allow her to do quite a lot of damage, but she's in the first place most of all an assisting character. Of course, this is the first dungeon in which she actually accompanies you. And of course, due to the team being split in two, you are basically forced to take her with you. That was partially one of the reasons why I set this up. I wanted to make sure anyway that all characters would be on the front lines at least once. This way I basically forced you to use all 8 characters. Well, and now it's time to fight the boss. Now it won't be killed instantly. With rock attacks, but of course it is its weakness. Only have to deal with one boss. Of course, optional bosses. You have seen the red seal at the start of this dungeon. Both teams will get past one, but you cannot open them at this stage of the game anyway, and they cannot be opened until the final chapter. And this is of course not the final chapter. There's one more chapter after this one. There is of course one more important revelation. That will also be done in the final chapter. And perhaps you may already have worked it out. A few hints to it will be given during this chapter. Well, let's Hurricane. Perhaps you can already guess that Iravonia can also learn this spell once her vintage has been worked out a bit more. Well, I don't think I can poison this guy, but it will at least help a bit to get the green dragon power up. Mystic there, that was the spell I was looking for. Of course, it is only obvious for a wind-based demon to be very quick. Yes, oh no, you don't. That is Argella's automated ability. Sometimes when she is among the targets of an attack, she can immediately shoot back, cancelling the enemy's move. Don't underestimate that effect. The downside is that it will reset her on the time gauge. It is not a free action. Another poison cloud, just to level aircraft on that department, because it will of course hurt the super dim air. I'm pleased. If it can be poisoned, the chance that it hits is very low. Now this is not something I wish to happen. Let's just use a potion instead. This Mystic Cure may not be strong enough. Well, the potions are also not as strong as they used to be, I suppose. Yeah, let's use a healing herb instead. Well, in Eric's case, I might go for a potion. No, it shouldn't be long anymore. Can't imagine that this critter has much HP left. Now, of course, Iravonia is the one with the highest magic resistance. the lowest in HP, and I guess it will come to no surprise that Brandor is actually the weakest when it comes to defense. Not having Cindy at your disposal is really a letdown in this particular fight. Well, at least the boss will skip its next turn. Dang, too late. Yeah, I'm a bit focused now, so that is why I don't say too much. There is not much to tell about this boss, it is just a random monster. The boss that Team Rebecca will get to face, however, has a more important role in both this story as well as in the entire lore of Phantasar. Level 8 already for Earth Magic. Now this is terrible. Well, at least the boss is not going to actively do something. Personally, I also think this boss is the harder boss of the two. Of course, once you have defeated it, you can at least rest assured that there are no bosses to be taken on in this portion of the game anymore. I'm actually surprised that it's still standing, by the way. I don't want to sacrifice my ambrosia, but I'm afraid I have to. skill levels are going up in the process. Yeah, let's do this. Perhaps it will help a little. Well, that was in time. Boss enemies always gets me. Mostly I manage to do that pretty well, but sometimes some enemies do manage to. Well, that didn't last very long. Still too low. Well, Not that that is going to do much. Hey, something. Oh, damn. I admit I messed it buzz up. One of the reasons why this is also always a bit messed up is because I have to test loads of things while setting things up. But because of that, my levels are often higher than they should be in a normal playthrough. Of course, the amount of experience you got for this boss is pretty generous. The Wind Waait Door de Bomen is actually a Dutch children's song. It translates to hear the wind blowing through the trees. And I think it will take too long to explain the full context of that song. And well, let's get out of this place. I actually hate this dungeon. It never was fully to my liking. And therefore I always go immediately to town. I mean, I don't want to have to do this over because of something silly as a system crash or anything. Not that I fear the game itself, it's rather Windows that I fear on that department. Well, let's get the money I may need in order to buy myself some weapons. Oh, this is just herbs. The name Klazin is a reference to Klazin Utsalk, who was a pretty famous old lady in the Netherlands, recommending all kinds of herbs for your health. Yeah, I guess this is all getting too expensive for me. I can always come back here later, as this is together with the weapon shop in Cat Island, the only shops you will find here. Of course, the shop here is most of all specialized in these four, and the shop on Cat Island on the members of Team Rebecca. Let's see. I did buy a sword. Yeah, here it is, the Sword of Justice. And of course a real leather armor. Let's also give that to... And of course that was all I could afford for now. Let's put the rest of my cash into the bank. But I think I will be needing it most of all for Rebecca and her team. And then en route to the mountain where the temple of Mabia is. Q. This is actually the only dungeon in which you get to use the non-combat ability of Argella. That is basically because I forgot about it in the later dungeons, so this is really something that you can blame me for. I think I made it up for it in Luna's Father, in which Mira has the same ability, Mira. And there you definitely need it more. Of course you can see the Traveler's Emblem here, but no way to reach it. As you already see the poles, you need Cindy for that, and Cindy is of course now on Cat Island. You already see it coming. I pulled the same stunt on Cat Island, where Iravonia is needed in the second dungeon to retrieve the Traveler's Emblem. It is really, yeah, silly of course, as these targets offered so much possibilities. But then again, you have to think about so much that stuff like this can happen. Fire Blast, there's only one. Fire Blast does a little bit more damage. At least it is supposed to. That opens the door, and this opens a shortcut. Now they say that a shortcut is the longest distance between 2 points. I guess that's all kind of philosophical, but I guess there could be some truth behind it. puzzle is not hard, it's just that when you step on button, it will trigger the two neighboring ones as well. If you look well, you can see that you can only hit this target from the north side. And this should open the door. Level 79 for Eric. Yeah, that's... Are you able to read Roman numbers? I guess this game will help you along the way then. Those ravens can be very annoying. Sorry about that. Of course, Durnor can't charm them. That is, if he would be in the party right now. This puzzle is easier than it looks. See? Remember, I used a little stunts here that Katura actually doesn't support. So I had to use some scripting to make it happen. I really hate it when I have to cough a lot like that. Especially when I'm recording stuff. Of course, it does help when you know the true weaknesses. The trick used in this room, I will explain it later as I have another combat coming up, is actually a bit cheating around. Nice to know. Argella's regular attack can cancel the enemy. That can be both in your advantage as well as your disadvantage. what basically is done here? Well, Katura is an object-based map editor, and all objects have their own dominance. The higher the dominance number, the more upfront it will be in the screen. What I did was using a low dominance to make the character pass this, but also to have a few objects to block these as long as you would be below. As soon as you would pass a certain point here, a piece of script would be triggered, which would raise the dominance of the player and remove these barriers and place a few barriers this way. And this way I could actually create the illusion that you have a road crossing like this by using a bridge. Well, Katura actually doesn't support that. In the fairy tale I used the same trick with the bridge over the road to the dragon road, the dragon cave. That will of course have no effect when it comes to suicide. But it will affect its attack power. It's gonna commit suicide, well then we'll just let it. Do you see it? Well, there's a bit more to it. These stalagmites block the way of the arrow. me, I can fire the arrow, but it will be blocked. Never fear, Iravonia is here. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be drinking Coca-Cola when I'm recording these videos, I guess. But I hope these few burps ended my coughing. This is a bit of a nasty trick, as all this door hides is a bonus room. The true way to go is just to the east and then you will walk out. Am I evil or what? I will, before I go to Malavia's temple, first go to the city just to save the game. There's no point to go to the market right now, as all the fighting has been done as far as Team Eric is concerned. This save game is just a system crash protection. Of course, that would also destroy this video, so how much good would it do? But sometimes I'm lucky. What is very important here in this scenario is that you mind the used grammar pretty well, and you may find a few hints. And take everything that is said here to the letter. Well, here they are, the Gordo. Don't care about me while I am distracting them. Just hit the temple. Right, doggies? Be nice to Miss Argella, okay? Alright, here goes nothing. Bayasata! Why are they ignoring me? Hey, dogs, I'm over here. Yoo-hoo! Are they looking at me? Run, Miss Iravonia, now, or they'll eat you alive. Keep your filthy paws off her, you stupid wolves. Eric, don't provoke them. Stay off from all of us and just let us pass. Are they calming down? Beat me! They obey! Mind your language, Iravonia. Some may take your words too literally. But you do appear to be right. They appear to obey. Are they really obeying me? Bark? Ow? Bark twice? Bless my soul. You do appear to be the one chosen by Yassatar himself, Mr. Eric. Me? It can't be. Why would Yassatar, the absolute supreme god, choose a loser like me? Loser or no loser, these wolves only answer to Yassatar or his chosen one. If you are not his chosen one, the wolves would never have obeyed you. I knew you had something godly in you, Eric. The dragons gave you their powers. That slimy order is, the silly order is after you, and now these dogs obey you. I bet I get holy myself by simply touching you. Is that a flirt, Era? No, of course not. Why would I flirt with you? Don't get any silly illusions in your head. Right. Well, have you figured out why the Gordo ignored Marcella? Let's give you 10 seconds to think about that one. Time starts now. Time's up. Of course, these wolves obey everything that Eric says, and he says, be nice to Miss Argella, okay? And that is why they ignored her. And here we have the statue of Malabia, the goddess of light and life for both the humans and the Befindos. I'm afraid my husband could tell you more, but the point is, I haven't seen him in more than 20 years. He left without notice. Not the first time that happens, but normally he returns soon. But since you risk your life to get past the Gordo, the least I can do is try to share the knowledge I have with you. Which reminds me, how did you guys get past the Gordo? Gosh. Sure, Eric. Sure. Well, perhaps you have deduced by now what is actually the case. And if not, I am not going to say it. After Team Rebecca did their mission, the point that we will get to the true revelations will come soon anyway. Yes, 3 humans that were cursed by Lord Tzikijimza. They were given eternal life, but the bodily function was taken away from them. However, when they are together, they can use the bodily function of the other cursed one that they lack themselves. And I'm not going to tell who they are. Their identity will be revealed soon. What I can tell is, if you have been watching all these videos, then I can say the party has already met all 3 of them. Well, and here we are on Cat Island with Team Rebecca. Rebecca, Sydney, Donor and Maria. Well, let's save the game. Different slot. And let's go to town. Felixium, that is the capital of Cat Island. Now, the way you see the marshes done around the town, that is actually because I copied this town from the original game, and this version could not properly handle higher screen resolution, so parts that were actually not supposed to be seen are seen now. Yeah, we are now getting a bit into the horror section of the game. Frundamon, cursed children. And these are the children they are now going to fight as they are become undead monsters. Other couple coming. It is pretty clear that Rebecca actually likes the Tigerian. And yes, I can confirm she will eventually be his wife and the mother of his children. Felinxes and humans can breed. Everybody wants to be a cat, of course, a reference to the Disney movie The Aristocats. And you get that achievement for simply entering this town. Now what is very nice to know is when you have Cindy in the lead and access this statue. As you behold the statue of Dyrt and say your prayers, out of respect, you feel a sense of awe coming right over you. You will get this message regardless of who you are talking to, who you are putting in the lead, but when Cindy is in the lead, she now has the god Dyrt among her skill group, and that will allow her to use thunder magic. Now let's see. There is, of course, we're in a town. That means that okay, this is the item shop. And there are merchants here. And there is also a bank here. So let's see how much I can afford to get the equipment. I'm afraid that I won't be able to buy everything. The cat is means the cat in Dutch, and is a nine-tailed whip, which appears to have been a weapon used in the time of the United East Indian Company, the VOC, in Dutch de Verenigde Oost-Indische Compagnie. Of course, since it's a whip, Cindy is the one who can use it. Well, let's go to the mansion of Vrundabon. For that, I first have to pass through the purple forest. Why purple? Because it's in a natural color. That's all. Geez, I guess the purple forest is true to its name. All the trees and even the grass are... well, it can't be natural. It isn't natural. I don't know if it's done by that Vrundabon fellow, but this forest is not in its natural shape. And I thought, and I doubt these trees are alive. Really doesn't matter. I hope that whatever cursed this forest isn't harmful to us. I also think that even the monsters are purple. Yeah, that too. But dangerous was the word I was planning to use. This was another dungeon from the original version that merely transferred. You can already see that by the position of the trees. Most Keturah-based forests have the trees more off-grid to cause a more natural effect. Of course, I did defeat Sharu with Rebecca, which means that she has learned a new ability. It will just unlock when I use a regular attack. And focus is just a way to very quickly get some extra AP. Of course, I guess I can be happy that I was just at the start of the dungeon and that I didn't make that much money yet. Let's dump the money that I do have. Into the bank then. Hey, it's not much, but at least it's something. In Dutch we have the saying, vele kleintjes maken één grote, which means many little ones make one big one. Of course, we already had the introduction story, so we can start straight away. And I really need to take a natural break. I'll be right back. Combat will start soon anyway. Well, sorry about that. The combat has begun in the meantime, I see. Let's not make that happen again. The death slime. I know what I need for that. Always be wary about enemies having the same looks but a different name. I get the Pathfinder routine can simplify things a little here, but don't be too soon to celebrate such things. Well, the death slime is undead. Had to be a death line, huh? I see. Well, not worth the trouble, I guess. Of course, if you did look well, you may already have seen the Traveler's Emblem. It was somewhere here. Well, this small green part, I can tell you that you must pass through it in order to continue. It may seem a bit of a maze, but it's not really that hard. Fire stab won't do too much on undead creatures, but hey, she has another move at her disposal. You may see that the time between entering a lightning move and actually executing it is actually instant. Lightning fast, so to speak. So that's not a bug, that was done on purpose with that kind of thinking in mind. Now I do not know for sure if I can charm this thing. Yes, that works. I had already charmed another kind of mushroom after all, but this one had a move on its own. I really need to check his spell list if he can learn the move attached to it right away, or if he needs a higher level. See. In team. Yes, that would have worked, although undead creatures are of course protected against death attacks. In the Team Eric, the boss was in the Frus Brando mission, first dungeon of the two. therefore giving you a free the boss free run in the second mission. Here it's the other way around. Here the boss is actually at the end of the second dungeon, and defeating it will actually complete the mission of Team Rebecca. Some more experience points. To Team Rebecca, the full effort went actually to Frundeman's mansion. Of course, I will show that as soon as we get there, and then you will see for yourself what I mean. And that gets me the Traveler's Emblem of this dungeon. Due to the way this dungeon is built, the encounter gauge just replenishes itself. Well, I guess it's not gonna happen, Rebecca. let you into a little secret. You see that other safe spot over there? Just click it, and despite all the encounters, you will just get there, and that safe spot is pretty close to the exit. Saves a lot of trouble, eh? Did I keep you waiting? Forgive me. I had once again to run to the restroom. I really don't know what's wrong with me. Is the only character who can cancel all the enemies at once. I told you before, she may be the weakest character of the bunch, but if you are the more tactical player, she can be worth a big deal. Of course, the regular purple slimes are the same as that you met in the Black Dragon Cave. and I placed them in to easily catch you off guard due to the death slimes who were supposed to be rather treacherous. I know, I'm evil. That's the evilest thing I can imagine. Only 1,000 children by now. Well, let's not worry about that too much. You are not going to kill anyone. Even the sky is purple. Yes, that was of course all part of the setup. I guess they really don't like Cindy. Almost there, hang on. Yeah, there's not much to tell about dungeons like these. They're just part of the game. hear you thinking the purple forest is way larger than Brando. That is, of course, correct. This was a deliberate choice. The way that I wanted dimension to be would make for a pretty small dungeon. So I had to compensate that in the purple forest, that's all. Level 71 for Rebecca's sword skills. I guess that's really getting somewhere now. Yeah, I'm not out of the woods yet. I only said it was close to the exit. I didn't say how close. Something I really regret is the action bar overlapping the time gauge. That was just a kind of a cosmetic failure from my part. And when I began to develop Star Story, which also works with a time gauge, that was really something I wanted to cover properly. A death slime. $68, $66, $72, $53. And well, let's see, will I make it out of the purple forest without getting into combat, or do I have to fight one more fight? I'll have to fight one more fight. And what will it be? Okay. This purple slime has gone over soul. Let's so has this zombie. Oh, is that a dead slime? Yes, it is. That should get me out of the purple forest. Well, the money is by far not enough to even consider going to shop in Felixium, but at least I can make sure all my money is properly stored. Yeah, this is of course a reference to Prince for completing the Purple Forest, and I guess I only want to see you laughing in the purple rain was too obvious. And then off to the mansion itself. Here I come. Now, Frondemon's Mansion is actually a dungeon that I took from a completely different approach than any other done in the game. This tile set specifically done for Frondemon's Mansion was also a bit set up to be the very typical kind of tile set that you would get in a kind of horror mansion. Of course, the music chosen for this also had to fill this. This dungeon does not have random encounters, but fixed encounters. There are just certain spots in which you will get into fights. And basically, like Tegerion already noted, children of all races can be found here, or at least the races that you have met in this game. And the Tsar has actually more humanoid races than just these. Well, it seems one of the kids was already waiting for us. This looks terrible. I'm glad Iravonia can't see this. She would not have been able to bear this. There's no lumen left in you, is there? There was no human there in the first place. She clearly looks like an elf. Human, elf, dwarf, it doesn't matter what she used to be. She's a monster now. Hopefully the person she was in life doesn't have to experience this. She's a violation of the laws of nature. I hope we can put this poor soul to rest. It's clear she's picking a fight with us. I guess we have no choice but to give her one. Works pretty well on most of the kits, but not on all of them. There is one that will actually absorb your spell's energy and heal from it. Now, before I get onto the mission itself, let's show a little secret first. Well, it was only shortly marked due to the distance. This stairway is the entrance to the secret dungeon. Now, of course, I can save the game here for what it's worth. And of course, here is another sealed boss. Always good to know. However, you won't get far here yet. You can already see why. It's of no use. There's no way to get over that pit. There are no hook spots for me to use my whip on. I guess we'll need Butterfly's help to get over here. This was of course to make sure that you will only take this side quest on once the group is reunited, and you definitely should have the group reunited, because without Iravonia you could actually get stuck there eternally. So you really need her presence. I really wanted this to be a mansion. You can see that the rooms have names now. Corridor first floor. And here, living room. Of course, here is the Traveler's Emblem. And like I said, you will need Iravonia to obtain it. And there is also a black wall there. Here, of course, two kids. You will have to fight them to get past them. And these kids will now also have a little chat with you. Well, the most dangerous kid might well be the Feelings kid, Masters of Electricity, and will also absorb your thunder spells. However, this is a fairy girl, and she too is a master of magic and has some very deadly spells at her disposal. The quickest way to get rid of them is of course light. However, it is not yet possible to cast light spells. I think this will be a little wipeout. Of course, that doesn't really matter. I will just pop up back in Felixian. You may, by the way, also see that the further away everything is from, in this case, Maria, the darker it is. It took me quite some effort to get that effect right. Although it is just a PNG picture that is just stretched over the entire screen. And we're up to the second floor. Only to be awaited by more kids. Let's see. Yes, these kits can get you quite a lot of experience points. Well, here's a safe spot. Of course, where I went wipe out, I don't know if you saw it, but that was of course the kitchen. Corridor, second floor. Bedroom. I guess it really looks like a bedroom. After a fight with these kids, I think I'll scan the room. These children are guarding something. My rogue instincts tell me that. This is not looking good. Poison stab, not that undead kids will be impressed by that. This is not good. Confusion cancelled Cindy, and that was of course my demise. This place was not supposed to be easy, although you may already have seen that these kids give you a very crap load of experience. Although I must confess that I also had a bit of bad luck on a few things. Say, kiddos, is there something important in this room we are not supposed to see? Yeah, I already thought you might say that. I really love sarcasm. Cindy was just the person to bring that. Yeah. I think I can best leave the Lynx kids to Becky. Oh crap! When luck is against you, then it goes all the way. I never had this much trouble in this place before. I must be honest about that. Did I really get here so unprepared that this would be a true issue? Well, let's at least store my money. This can help me get some extra weapons maybe over time. Eventually I might have enough to buy Rebecca a new sword, which can definitely help on our quad pro power strikes. Something important must be in this room, that so many kids are guarding it. Yeah, there's something behind that cabinet. Well, let's first remove the undead Buffindo boy. Okay. She did not turn into a zombie. Cindy did, I think. Yes. Now, what I have to say about this closet is it will ask me a few questions. These questions will not appear on screen in the video. That is because they are asked in system pop-up messages, and the recording software I use to record this will not register those. So I will have to recite the questions. There's a list of questions on the back side. Is the undead elf kid a boy? No. Is the undead Buffindo kid a girl? No. Is the undead Feelings kid a boy? No. Is the undead fairy kid a girl? Yes. Is the undead human kid a girl? No. And now a pop-up comes up saying you hear a door open in the corridor. But not only that, some undead children appear to have run into the corridor to guard it. And here you can see them. 5 of them. Be afraid. And if you can beat them, you can get your way to the boss. Well, let's see. I really don't like using my healing herbs for that, but it can at least save my ass a little. That's the soup getting down the wrong way. And that clears the way to the boss. Let's go for it. Like I said, it was somehow shorter dungeon, but this way I could hopefully set up a rather realistic mansion. After all, this was a short dungeon, but this was one of the dungeons that took me most of the time to design. And of course, here is the spirit of Frundamon. A nice thing to start with. Let's pickpocket it. And that will lead to an ambrosia. Basically, all Frunderman will do is summon extra kids into the fight. let's use focus for some extra ability points. Of course, you can opt for it to make this fight last long. Yes, of course, every kid he summons and you actually kill is extra experience points. I'm however not quite sure if that will do much good on the longer run though, but hey. There are always multiple ways to do things. A cat girl. I don't like that. Out of AP for Cindy. And for Rebecca as well, by the way. How did she survive that? Yeah. That I was already go down that road. Okay, I guess things could be worse than this. Take me, my children. Oh dear, this is not going the right way. Another move unlocked. And a level up. That should do some things. Alright. Carrots, very valuable items. Unless they miss. I really wonder what went wrong on them then, as they should increase your AP. Always nice how I discover bugs this way. At least I can remove this one in one go. Should be painful. As the kids can no longer function without Fundamon, where their HP will go down. Well, he was already dead to begin with, but I guess we did destroy what was left of his soul. There's a diary on that table. Perhaps it contains some information Tigerian wants to know. Sure, everything for Tigerian, eh? Ignore her, Rebecca. Let's see, the last entry. Salintra Epokarion Rastino Nalobot Ilomanium Ugranatum Entranomica Dalarma Gifta Galmanon Yakrabon Imadarion Mantana Zikreda Amandron. These are the words I have to learn to say with the right willpower to get closer to my goal. I know Yassatar will try to curse me for what I'm doing, but it's worth everything to reach this goal. I cannot afford any mistake. The tiniest one may lead into horrible consequences. So this has to go well in one go. I only hope people will recognize me after my true name only Fantasar knows. These words can bring me either happiness or eternal doom. Tomorrow I'll pronounce them and I'll be able to tread the realm of gods at last. That's sick! Who wants to be a god? Lord, I don't remember his name. Maybe you're right. I guess the Phalanxes don't pray to Yassatar. So I guess we can safely assume that this is not Frundamon's diary. Perhaps we need to take this diary to the King of Area. He will be very interested in this. I'm afraid this diary will fall apart when we try to remove it here. Maybe we can tell Tigerion and the king about this diary. I do have some parchment and charcoal with me, so I can try to copy this entry. Maybe we should ask Tigerion if the king may send his soldiers here to investigate. I mean, we may have found something important here. I hope the diary doesn't get stolen in the meantime. I'm quite sure there's no danger to that. The children may have gone, but the gas they breathed, which is lethal to the Phalanxes, still hangs heavily in the air. Until it clears, no Phalanx thief can get even near the mansion. And how long will that take, Mr. Nature Boy? I'm no expert on gases, but I sense no wind here, and due to that, it can really take a while. Even though this gas is harmless to us, I still feel like it's suffocating me. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. As soon as Rebecca copied everything, we can leave. You are right, this gas is a bit suffocating. I got everything, let's get out of here. And that ends this mission. And of course, both groups will now report to His Majesty. What? Did you finally fall in love, Rebecca? Some miracle you happened! Is he sweet? Is he handsome? Yeah, Rebecca is always the kind of no-nonsense girl. Not easily showing her emotions in public. So, she has quite the reputation of being ice and ice cold. Therefore unable to fall in love. Well, of course, that's bullshit. And I can also reveal that Rebecca will soon show another kind of love. And I mean a non-romantic kind of love. But I will get into the detail of that once it actually happens. Okay, that's enough. We believe it was written by crazy name. Yesterday he turned into a god. I copied it on a piece of parchment. This really looks interesting. I shall give this to the ASSI as soon as I can. In the Dutch version that is the ADVI, Nederlandse Dienst voor Veiligheid en Inlichtingen. The English variant, ASI, Aryan Service for Security and Intelligence. This may be proof that Lord Tizkiza did indeed use name magic to become a god. Maybe a few dumb questions, but what is the ASSI and name magic? ASSI stands for Aryan Service for Security and Intelligence. It's a secret organization who provides our government and the king with intelligence about matters that might threaten our kingdom. Name magic is a bit more complex material. Let's say all life born on Phantasar can be considered as children of Phantasar. It's not entirely true, but for most life, yeah. As a good parent, Phantasar named all its children. However, the planet does not call me Argella. The planet gave me a name which contains everything that makes me me. The color of my hair, my skin, the sound of my voice, and also everything I do. It's all listed in my true name. And I can ask the planet to change my name. However, by doing so, I change my own reality, and thus I create a new me in the process. So let me see if I get this straight. If I want your hair to become purple and your voice sound like a male, I can simply make that happen by giving you a name that states that you have purple hair and a male voice. That's exactly the way it works. However, it's very dangerous magic. The tiniest mistake and something may happen you didn't ask for. The tiniest mistake in pronouncing the new name and you have no idea what will happen. You can try to change your name to become the perfect being. With one error in pronouncing and you became a monster instead, or worse. Which is precisely why in area you'll get yourself warned for using it. Yeah, there are 3 unforgivable kinds of magic in the world of Phantasar, and nearly all the peoples on Phantasar will give you a horrible death penalty if you try to use it. Named magic which is named here, is one of them. The other is portal magic, as portals can also open up into a different universe and there is no telling what will come out of the portal. And the other is time travel magic. Basically what all these kinds of magic also have in common is that they can be used to cast paradoxes, and that is exactly why they are considered so dangerous that all the peoples of Phantasar, even the ones strongly opposed against capital punishment, would give you capital punishment for it. Nobody wants to risk that kind of magic to be used. Still, it might be the key to defeat Lord Shingalim. I mean, he became a god by changing his name. So he might be turned back into a human by changing his name again. Indeed, however, due to the danger this has, we never wanted to go down this road. Not to mention, you need to know the original name before you can change it. This piece of parchment can lead to his actual name at this moment. By the way, Ashana, what did you learn from Malavia? Well, Malavia herself had little to tell what we didn't already know, but something odd is going on here. The Gordo ignored me when I tried to distract them. And when the Gordo tried to devour Miss Iravonia, Mr. Eric scolded them and told them to leave her alone, and they obeyed. What? I mean, you are chosen by Yassatar. I already got myself some criticism for allowing you here. But now that you are chosen, the Befindos are forced by the highest holy laws to assist you in your course, Mr. Eric. This is embarrassing. I'm afraid you'll have to get used to it. Every Befindo is now forced to assist your course. Let's get into the deep of that later. For now, I hope that Malavia gave you a lead of where to go next. She mentioned 3 cursed persons who were granted eternal youth, but in exchange they lost a bodily function. But when together, they can use the bodily function of someone else that they themselves lack. Wait a minute. I think something is getting clear to me now. It never made sense to me, but I think we already found 2 of those. We did? Iravonia, Eric, do you remember Queen Shanda of the so-called Forgotten Realm? Did you really meet Queen Shanda of Dyrt? Is she still alive after all these years? Well, now we know that the Forgotten Realm is in fact Dyrt. Which is of course something that you could expect. Well, until now I always thought this Queen of Forgotten Realm was nothing more but a bad joke. But if the story about that curse is real, I deem it quite possible this woman may indeed be the queen. I mean, it was totally odd. She was mute, but her butler constantly knew what she was trying to say. So she lacked the ability to talk, but her butler's ability to make a point, it used her butler's ability to make a point clear to us. Ira mentioned that the butler could be deaf when you told her to mind her manners. Is it possible that he used the Queen's ears to hear us, so he could hear us just fine when we were in front of the Queen? Call it fate, call it coincidence, but I think there's no doubt about it. They must have been the real Queen and her butler. They may provide a stunt of intelligence on matters. I don't think it's wise to visit them though. Their castle is in the middle of the sea, and the Queen was quite upset when we left her. But maybe we can find the 3rd cursed one. How about that Jennifer girl? Butterfly I met. She did act a bit odd, and she was... blind was the word you used? Oh, that little scorpion, just because she's blind doesn't automatically mean she's the one we're looking for. There are a lot of blind people in the world. She could be right though. Some older dropouts claim they've seen her when they were little, and that she hasn't aged a day since then. There are a lot of rumors about how that's possible, but none of them are based on fact other than that she doesn't age. Then there's only one thing to do. Meet this Jennifer and ask her. There may be a different reason why she doesn't age, but for now it's the only ray of hope. Then go to the beach and speak to the soldiers there to bring you back to the Listo. Argella will... you will go with them. Assist them in any way you can. At your service, Your Majesty. Well, I guess you may already have figured out that Jennifer is in fact the third cursed person. And yes, my novel The Madness of Love will go into the deep how these three got themselves cursed. Well, to the beach. Of course, before I go to the beach, let's first set a few things straightened out. Let's first go to Royal City. Yeah, this is the security stand. I will always forget which stand is the weapon stand. This one. Let's see. Another sort of this. And that will do. Since after all, Rebecca will need another sort of justice. It could have sped up my fight against Frendamon if I already had it then. Yeah, that will all work nicely. Well, let's sell some stuff. That will do. There are 2 traveler's emblems to get on places where I couldn't reach them before, but now that the group has been reunited, I can, of course. The first one in Malabia's caves. And that will be, of course, Cindy's job. And of course, remember, Cindy is a priestess. And what does Malabia happen to be? Oh, that's the wrong location. Malabia's temple. Of course, Cindy does speak animal language. She should be able to speak to the Gordo. I see that this is a bit bugged in this version. Doesn't really matter. What does work is that I can make her speak to Malabia. You are a priestess, aren't you, Cindy? I would like to bestow my powers onto you, so you might gain the strength to defeat Lord Jimza. And as a result, she now also has Malabia. You can see that it doesn't start on 1. Basically, the level on which Malabia started is the average of all other gods. yes, she can't do this prior to. C'est la vie is French and means that's life. Of course, Malavia is the goddess of life. Now, she won't give any more healing spells, but she's also the goddess of light, and that, of course, is what gives Cindy light magic. Now, let's first go to Cat Island. Well, looking at my cash, I don't think I have enough money to actually buy extra weapons, but I may not really need them. The secret dungeon below Frunderman's mansion most of all revolves around having light magic. Well, since I have that now at my disposal, things can of course get on the roll. Let's save and let's get ready to rumble. Well, what is nice to tell about Frunderman's mansion, all the kids are gone, so no more fights in the mansion. You may of course have a look around. Here is the kitchen. I really tried to make it look like how a kitchen could look in a fantasy environment. This was a room that I didn't check out before because there was not really need to meet any children here. It's just the dining room, a few tables, chairs. And well, let's go to the secret basement. And remember Cindy telling you we need Butterfly's help to get over there. Well, we have Butterfly. Of course, this is just a regular dungeon, okay, that was Dutch, even though it is a secret one. So just let's get moving. Really, have you ever worried about the woes of being bilingual? Most of the enemies here, if not all, are undead. Well, let's make sure that I have all spells of Malavia that I can get at this point, and apparently that appears to be the case. Zombie Doctor still tries to heal his comrades, even though it's a dumb thing to do. That is the most powerful fire spell that Iravonia will learn. One more powerful fire spell if his red dragon level is high enough, which would be Corona. Yeah, it doesn't do much. Most likely, when it comes to zombie doctors, it's just waiting until they try to heal themselves. But hey, they make good target practice. They did manage to take down Shella, huh? Okay, observation. That ain't so bad. And now Eric was taken down. It's not really going my way this time. But hey, this is a secret dungeon. Why did Angela do so much more damage with her blast arrow than Cindy could with her light spells? Well, the simplest answer would be because blast arrow is physical and those light spells are based on magic, and these zombie doctors likely have a very high magic resistance. Well, this puzzle is a very nice one. I will demonstrate it when I can. But let's first go for the Traveler's Emblem. Now this puzzle is of course a nice one. Here is a pole Cindy can hook her whip on, and here is the other. Now how do you get here? I give you a while to think about it. I need to get into combat most likely anyway before I can show you the solution. Of course, you see the name of all kinds of locations passing by. The system merely uses basically sequences the names that in the order that I passed them on the moment that I enter them. Well, and that should take care of that one. I really should do something about the mic. I really have to sit in a way that gives me pain in my shoulder. Well, that's one. And of course, the question is now, what is two? This is two. Let's see. Poof. I mean, being war shouted, this should have some effect, right? Whoa, that worked. This is of course a point of no return. When you do this, the only two ways you have to leave this place are either completing it or getting wiped out, getting yourself transported back to the last blue safe spot in the process, which would in this case be the city of Felixium. Randamon's mansion. Oh yeah, this can be considered a secret passage. How are you going to get in the aisle in the middle? It already announces Randamon's mansion, then this only works from the north side. The other places are too wide. Unfortunately, Angela goes first. Oh, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, power-ups can still linger after battle, although they will go down. Ambrosia. That is the kind of stuff that you may get in secret dungeons. How much still left? Well, it's going down. But still high enough to cause quite a lot of damage that the zombie won't like. Well, let's cast another washout, just for the heck of it. Oh my god, they killed Cindy. You bastards! Of course, the way in which power-ups and power-downs wear off is also dependent on the chosen difficulty. I guess that was obvious. And now it's gonna use an ambrosia, huh? Just for the record, this is an undead hound. Becky made both sword skill levels to level 80 and a regular level up, level 72. Yeah, which way to go, huh? soul. Now this is going to be nice. I fear not. Oh, that was actually less trouble than I could have imagined. Yeah, how long to make the power-up linger was something that was pretty hard to balance out properly. However, in most fights it doesn't really matter that much anyway. Of that one. And of course, time for the boss. And yes, you can't reach the safe spot without killing the boss. Don't even try. HP hidden just because it is a boss, of course. Weak to flame, thunder and light, and it will of course absorb the darkness. Now this is not something to be happy about. And I should have healed instantly. Well, I'm not going to do this again right now. I will come back for this at the end of this chapter. Or perhaps even at the start of the next one. Yeah, I think I will take it on in this chapter. Yeah, this chapter will end in a way that will not really help me much. I really wonder what turned me out so weak. Of course, this was an optional boss, so anything could happen anyway. Delisto. And let's hear out Jennifer, shall we? Of course, now it will be demonstrated even better how that little gate worked, that it can open and close when you get near it or walk away from it. It's not much, but hey, those are the little details, huh, right? Well, let's hear out Jennifer and hear her story. Hello, can I help you? It's me, Jennifer, Iravonia. Do you remember me? I was hoping you'd come back soon. I'd almost forgotten how much fun it was to have company. Well, I brought my friends with me. I hope you don't mind. And I was hoping you know a certain person. I've been living as a hermit here for a long time now, so I can hardly imagine I know your guy. But please, can you say his name? Well, his name is the problem. I can hardly get it pronounced. Then I suppose you mean Lord Tiskijimsa? Yeah, that's our guy indeed. Since you know his name, I guess you know the guy himself too. Yeah, unfortunately I do. I almost forgot I was blind since it has been thousands of years. But I will never forget that he was the one who cursed me, causing my blindness in the process. But tell me, how comes that you know him? Lord Skijimza hasn't been seen for about 20,000 years or so, and today he appears to be nothing more than a forgotten page in history. Well, that's a long story. The short version is that the jerks of the so-called Order of Onyx want to kidnap me very bad, and I don't know why. So you are the guys Ronnie is after. Ronnie? Excuse me. I always call him that because he hates it. And I keep calling him that until the moment he stops calling me Jenny. His real name is Rondemo. He's my brother, a very talented swindler and alchemist and a master with explosives. He can be a very good guy to have as a friend, but a very dangerous man to have as your enemy. Yeah, we already found that one out. Please don't blame me for my brother's behavior. I know I owe you an explanation. I remember when I first met Lord Skijimza in prison. I was a thief at the time, constantly getting me out of trouble by using the secret weapon between my legs, or by the help of my brother. He that refers to Lord Skijimza and not to her brother. He was thrown in the can for treason, for fucking an elf. And as you know, at the time, the elves and the humans were at war. His beloved elf was murdered soon afterward, and I hope I could lift the pain in his heart. I must confess I was falling in love with him myself, but he didn't return my affection, thinking that I only wanted him for sex. Hoping I could win his heart, I introduced him to my mother. I should have known better. A woman in love often acts rash and not rationally. My mother was an infamous criminal and she abused him for her own evil plans. He grew into a great skilled alchemist and she used him to mock the kings and of the kingdoms of man. He was caught, of course, and sentenced to die. However, my mother fed him one of her own potions which made him invincible. The effect was only temporary, but long enough to make people using the gallows to kill him shake in fear when he survived his execution. To prevent him from becoming a god for the people who would conspire against the king, he was secretly taken to the penal island of Dyrt. That was the biggest mistake in human history, I tell you. In Dyrt, he met Nick Brown, who was sent to Dyrt for trading and exploiting women. Nick had an even worse influence on him than my mother. I don't know what exactly happened the time he spent in Dyrt. Rumor has it that Nick helped him to become a god. Others say that the winged girl he enslaved brought him to a faraway wizard who turned him into one. I really don't know which story is true. Bingo. So that diary we found in the friend's mansion was Lord whatever's diary. This proof Frondeman was involved in this transformation. That information is new for me, but it doesn't matter anymore. My own part of this tale doesn't end here. I feel guilt for introducing him to my mother. My mother never cared for me. I was just her tool for bringing her evil around. Lord Tizikijinza made me realize this. Not to mention that she ruined the only man I ever loved. Out of remorse, I turned myself in. Since the judge who took on my case did spend some time between my legs, like many men, he was afraid I might talk when I sentenced him to die. So he sent me off to Dyrt instead. Maybe the gallows was more humane. I vowed to give up thievery, and I have also vowed not to give my body away to just any man anymore. I became a flower girl in Dyrt, and a pretty successful one. I guess my brother did teach me something. With the money I earned, I bought an expensive dress, and as I discovered that Dyrt was trying to become an honest kingdom, I offered my services to the king. The king offered me a job as the personal maid of Princess Shanda. It was a wonderful job. I was more like a friend than a servant to the princess. She really made me enjoy being an honest woman, and I could teach her about the world outside her castle. I thought this job was the best thing that ever happened to me. But then it happened. Lord Tizikijimza came to the castle, and by means of a spell he made the princess fall in love with him, and he requested the king to give him her hand. The king was a clever man, so he refused. In response, Lord Tizikijimza cursed the princess, her butler Balthasar, and myself got cursed as well. Soon afterward, an honest man came for the princess's hand, and since the spell over Shanda, when the spell was over, Shanda forgot about Lord Tizikijimza and married this man. They were happy, but it was short-lived. The princess lost her voice. Her husband had to take over the reign of Dyrt. But at the same time, I became blind, and Balthasar became deaf. And then Lord Tizikijimza attacked the palace, and his man and murdered everyone in it. His man murdered everyone in it. Out of fear, I jumped out of the window and fled. I couldn't see where I ran, and I fell into the sea. I don't know how I survived. I just kept swimming. My body moved on its own. And here I met Queen Julia, the last queen of the kingdom of the Listo before fell to Lord Tizikijimza. Together with her daughter Romy, I fled to this hut, and I lived here ever since. Eventually Romy left us to get married, and Julia died. And I've been alone ever since. But I'll return when this adventure is over. Sure, if you can end this madness, I'd be eternally grateful. I'll be waiting. Say, girls, you sense some love in the air? Definitely. What are you whispering around? Something I need to know? My brother visited me recently. He hasn't changed a bit, and he never shares secrets. But he did tell me a few things you should know. He told me Lord Tizikijimza is still in Dyrt. The place lies at the bottom of the sea, but is captured in an air bubble. It's a dangerous place. If you want to find them, you will need a way to get underwater. I think I know a way to cover that up, but that comes later. I'm wondering, do you know a creature by the name of Blanchy? Blanchy? Any former civilian of Dyrt would know who Blanchy is, especially the people as well connected to the royal family as I am. Blanchy is Queen Shanda's daughter, the crown princess. She was murdered on the same day she was born. Why do you ask? So that explains why the queen was crying when we found Blanchy. This also confirms what I suspected. Blanchy is an undead spirit. What? Forgive me for my lack of tact. We were hired by the queen some time ago to take care of strange noise in our cellar. There we found Blanchy as a kid-sized creature dressed in a black cloak. She could talk, but not in the best grammatical manner. The queen herself accompanied us and began to cry when we found her. A strange, monstrous man named Jericho appeared, and with a spell he spirited away. And after a brief fight, he fled. Shortly after that, Eric and Eravonia were captured and thrown into jail, most likely by hoodlums hired by the Order of Onyx. There they met Cindy and Brandor. I got them out, but before we could escape, Blanchy attacked us, saying that she could not do anything because he ordered her to attack us. Now that I think about it, this he fellow can be no other than Lord Shirilijinja, or whatever his name is. You are correct. He is Lord Disgijinza, and that confirms what I feared. Something told me that Lord Disgijinza enslaved the spirits of those who died in the Great War he caused. Ronnie confirmed it when he visited me. Your story now confirms Princess Blanchy was one of them. Poor Princess Blanchy. She is now a dark servant. Excuse me for asking, but can you be a bit more specific? I mean, in order to defeat Lord Disgijimza, we need as many details as you can provide us. I don't know if he did it out of fear that somebody would be able to defeat him, or if he just wanted an instrument to enforce his power. But those who died during the Great War became dark servants, restless spirits who do not remember anything about their past, but who are still completely sane. They do whatever they want, unless Lord Disgijimza himself gives them an order that they have to obey. They simply cannot ignore his orders. Even if they want to resist, their bodies will execute that order. And that is why the princess attacked too. She probably didn't want you to do so. Be prepared to find a lot of these souls on your way when you're going to attack the Order or Lord Disgijimza himself. Ronnie went to the place he called the Dark Storage. I guess it's south of here. Perhaps that place can tell you more than I can tell you. Then our next target is set. We must investigate this storage. But one last question before we leave. You told us that Lord, you know who, had sexual intercourse with an elf and was charged for high treason because of that. Who was she? This is a very important question. However, Jennifer is not going to answer that. Of course, this was also a way for me to keep that secret a little while longer, but if you have been paying attention to the storyline so far, you should know who she is. Don't ask me. You don't wish to know. I would only besmirch her name by even pronouncing it. Either you wouldn't believe me if I told you, or you would be shocked completely. Either way, all I can tell you is that she was not just any elf. I know you plan to descend to Dyrt soon. If you do, you will find what's left of her. And you can still call out to her spirit. She will talk to you. She will explain you everything. She and only she must be the one to tell you about her part in this story. And after she does, keep her story to yourselves. The world is not yet ready to know. Why not tell us? Cindy, I think she's right. I have a hunch. I know who this woman is. And if my hunch is true, it will indeed be better if you speak to this woman yourself. You're not going to tell who your hunch is, are you? No, especially since I'm not 100% sure of it. But even if I was, let's go to Dyrt after we clean out this storage. We'll have to go there anyway, and anything will be cleared there. Dark storage is this, it is then. Thanks a lot, Miss Jennifer. Well, are you ready to kick some ass in the dark storage? And I already told you this was the chapter of Revelations. And more revelations will now come in the dark storage. Of course, who the woman is discussed, that will only be revealed in the final chapter. But most other stuff will be revealed here. So, let's go. And then a sudden change in the music. That is because I cannot make this in one big shot. I have a time limit of 2 hours, which was during my conversation with Jennifer already reached. And after I cut the recording at the time, I had a few other things to take care of too before I could resume both the playing and the recording. Well, let's go to the dark storage. The dark storage might well be the biggest dungeon of the game. Actually, it's a collection of dungeons. Each stairway leads to a different portion. And this is actually where we will get into the big confrontation with the Order of Onyx. Each stairway represents a member of the Order of Onyx. Blue representing Aldarus, green representing Jericho, pink representing Kirana, and purple representing Rondamo. And it doesn't really matter in which order you take these sub-dungeons on, as long as you do them all. For the good of this video, I will just go from left to right. Once you have them all, you can open this door and get into the final part of this dungeon, and there one of the most important revelations will be done. But before I will do that, I will then first go to Cat Island and retry the basement. And succeeding or failing to do that doesn't matter. I will after that come back and do the final part of that dungeon. I can say this chapter doesn't end there, but something will happen there that is of that kind of importance to the game that I'd like to do the side quest before I get onto that. Well, basically, I gave all Order members their own floor. You always see it, Dark Stored Aldarus. From European speaking, where I started is the ground floor, then the first floor is where I am on now. When I would go to Jericho, then I would have another stairway to go to the second floor, etc. etc. I basically placed in some things that the dungeon where you met the Order member in question first would somehow be represented in the kind of puzzles. Of course, we met Aldarus for the first time in Asquacunda prison, and there it was most of all the secret passages that Maria could detect. So that is basically why this floor is the way it is. Now here is a pretty nasty secret, perhaps you can already think in the way. Excuse me, work this out. Yes, there we go. And there we have. Of course, as this is actually a collection of 4 dungeons, each of them have their own traveler's emblem. Guess that's good to know, eh? Well, eventually you will reach the center. Each floor has its own canteen floor, so to speak. And there we will mostly find a boss. The boss we find here has not really much to do with the other robotics member. Of course, the weakness here could only be thunder. The bad side is, of course, that Cindy will be the most powerful attacker due to her thunder spells, but will also have to be used for healing. don't. And that settles that. Highwayman shouldn't be the most of the trouble anymore. Say, player, do you fear death? Of course, this is a reference to the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, in which Davy Jones says this. And was of course the achievement for beating that giant squid. Yeah, the hoodlum is of course the new guy. It seems impossible to do, but it only seems that way. No real trouble. Of course, here there is a secret passage, but I guess it's very obvious where to find it. And here, of course, Aldarus is waiting for us. And we have another important revelation. Perhaps you already figured it out? And if not, well, let's get into this conversation then. I already told you Aldarus is the most philosophical character from my point of view as an author. It's you guys. I guess Rondemar was right. He suggested that if he would leak a few bits of information to his sister Jennifer, you guys would show up. Sometimes you are faced with things you don't want to do, but which you simply must. Lord Skijimza gave a direct order to take Eric into custody and to kill everybody who is in his company. I know you don't want to kill us. Of course I do not. I know you are very honorable boys and girls. All of you. I know an honorable person when I see one. Protecting people like you is the sworn duty of a warrior like me. Then why? Why would you side with the evil Lord Shimza? Because I swore an oath on my father's deathbed to protect him and help him whatever road he'd travel. If I'd only known then that my oath would force me to walk the path of evil. An oath to protect him? But why? Because he's my younger brother. My dad never accepted him the way he was. He was no warrior. My brother was born to be a scientist. I convinced my father to make him study science with Professor Wharton. And that was a good move. He was happy. It went wrong when he fell in love with an elf. A beautiful elf, I must give her that. She definitely is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. However, she got herself murdered, and my brother snapped as a result. I can understand why. If her personality was as beautiful as her looks, I would have snapped too if she was mine. I'm not sure if it was for revenge or for other reasons, but that was the moment my little brother transformed into a mad scientist and turned himself into a god you now know as Lord Skijimza. My oath forces me to stand by him, but most of all, by obeying him, I also hope that I can get my brother back the way he was. Now come, fight me. Win, and I'll pretend I never saw you here. Lose, and I must end your lives. Guys, I bet you saw the big door at the entrance. I already saw we need 4 keys to open them. And I'm quite sure these guys have them. Allow me to work my magic here. Yes, in these 4 individual fights, I can already tell you, when you have fought all 4 of them, that in the central room you will have to fight them all together. But in their individual fights, they all carry a key, and Maria must steal it. As long as she doesn't, they will have infinite HP. That was of course a kind of protection to make sure that you would actually steal the key. If you keep using Maria's services after that or not is up to you. Let's use a washout. Now, in these fights, Eldorus is actually the easiest. The beat and which one is the hardest, that's something I find difficult to say. I guess it's partially a matter of luck, but also what your definition of hard is, because all of them have, of course, their own things that could work out in both your advantage as well as disadvantage. Of course, poisoning Eldorus already works without Maria stealing the key. However, it won't kill him as long as he has the key. So it has to be done anyway. All he was trying to do is to protect his brother against himself and the world. That means he's nothing more but my own reflection when I look in the mirror. Something the matter, Rebecca? You look so down. It's nothing. Let's move on. He's not dead. He only disappeared on us. So we gotta go before he comes back. I already told you one of the party members would eventually recognize himself or herself in Eldorus. And I'm not quite sure if you already imagined it would be Rebecca, but she is the one. She too is only trying to protect her brother Eric. And that is what I meant. She really seems like an emotionless woman who didn't give a damn about anything, incapable of love or anything. And I guess the opposite is now proven. Encart again, Monsieur, is of course the achievement for beating Eldorus here. Perhaps you also have noticed that the music in the dungeon where we fought Aldarus was the same music as was playing in Asquakunda prison. Here we hear the same music as we heard in Shanda's castle, and of course Shanda's castle was also the dungeon where Iravonia's flying ability was introduced, so naturally the puzzles here are based on that. Oh, let's see, I can still move on. Hellhounds. Let's put Render in the lead, Durner in the lead for that, so I can charm one. And of course I can already go to freeze the other. Now the enemies were not based on what you would meet in these dungeons. For several reasons. One of them, the orcs in the basement of Chanda, they did not appear here for storyline reasons. Yeah, what charming a little hellhound can do, eh? Now, Durner is not exactly a powerful magician, but him being able to use Inferno can sometimes be handy. Yeah, there is a little secret here. Yeah, there it is. Of course, I was a little bit evil. We have to get over this little construction again. And of course, I already here thinking, oh, so that's why there was a roof spot there. Yes, that was precisely why. And the candles were also placed strategically. All because of that. No, let's not wait for that phantom hazard. A spell that Eric can, by the way, also learn once his black dragon power is high enough. Well, I guess it had to happen anyway, huh? No ultra sonic. No fucking way. Yeah, let's do a little pickpocketing. Stolen ambrosia. So the curse will still happen. Of course, the philosophy behind Eldorus, since Eldorus already spilled the beans, I guess I can go more into the deep of that. Eldorus is, of course, a typical man of honor, and that is why he never breaks a promise. Although, here we can see it, of course, that would eventually lead him to the path of evil. Since after all, his brother would willingly tread the path of evil. And of course, now we can discuss whether or not Eldorus did the right thing. After all, he kept his vow. Was that the right thing to do? We all know the saying, just following orders. Oh, I know it is an elf. But does that justify his actions? This could be a nice question. And even though I coded this game many years ago, there's still something to say for it. That Alderus should maybe have taken a different path. So be careful how you judge him. I've seen too many people lately who would very harshly judge the path that Jericho took, while they were actually not really that much better themselves. Of course, a little Shakespeare reference. Double double toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble is how the witches in Macbeth predicted Macbeth's downfall. And of course, with a hack creature, it was only an. Of course, it was also used as the lyrics for the choir song in Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, and in the Donald Duck short cartoon Trick or Treat, Old Hazel, don't really know her English names that well. Her Dutch name is Hortensia, but anyway, she pronounces the words double double toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble when she concocts the potion which she would use to enslave Donald. To, well, the most funny effects, of course. Yeah, I know, there's no way back. Of course, in the room where you get to fight Jericho, you can still hit a teleporter bringing you back to the entrance, just like in Alderus' room. Here it is. And you don't need to fight Jericho for that. That basically goes for all the older members that I did it that way. Well, let's get into the fight, shall we? Jeez, I thought I was wrong. I thought randomized plan would never work. Well, I can say Jericho 2 has a little backstory. And also one that contains more philosophy than you might think. Then again, I suppose I am not sophisticated enough to keep up with his way of thinking. I don't know what you're rambling about. But I do know one thing. We are going to destroy your evil and that of Lord Thingy-Town. It's funny how often that word is used by people who do not know the weight of it. Let me tell you one thing, young lady, before you ever dare to brand somebody evil. Before I became Jericho, I was called Will Crimson, a first-rate loser in the minds of many people. I was not strong enough to become a hunter, a warrior, or even a father. I was never talkative enough to get myself into politics either. My father scorned me for that. Heck, most people suggested that I was better off dead. If people tell you enough you are worthless, you'll start to believe it, you see. My father got even more facts due to the fact that even though I could interact quite nicely with girls, I didn't want to marry any of them. Offended, puked up, beaten to a pulp, you name it, I had to endure it. Until one day, I met Rick. He took me under his wing. He taught me to love myself again. He told me what my qualities were, even though I didn't see them. He was he was my great love. He was the one I wanted to marry. He could give me what no girl could ever give. Wait a minute, are you saying you feel sexually attracted to males? Yes, so do you, don't you? So what's wrong with that? Well, of course, you know what Rebecca wants to say? Well, that's different because I'm a girl, but she really realizes that she can better not say that. You're just like everybody else, you see. Because I fell in love with Rick and he with me. Both of us were branded a disgrace of our families. And in the end both of us were kicked out of town. And later we were both arrested. Rick got executed, and I was sent to the penal colony of Dyrt to spend the rest of my days. And that's where my path crossed with Lord Jesus. His girlfriend was murdered, just like my boyfriend. We shared the same suffering, and he gave me the power to fend for myself and to avenge Rick. So who accept his evil, young lady? You know my voice. And I shall avenge Rick, and I shall serve Lord Jensen as payment for what he did to me. I need you to tell me who is good and who is evil. All I need you to do is to die. And I guess here we got a little lesson of how evil is just a matter of perspective. Well, of course, stealing the key is always the first thing to do. Let's see. Yeah, she has a power-up, so I guess it would be a good idea to call it Marcella to permanent instead, as the permanents wore off as soon as the fight in which the last one test ended. Okay, after all, this is Jericho, so you could expect a Jericho spin. also is the one with the most HP. It wouldn't come to a surprise that Kirana is physically the weakest. But of course, her spells can get to you, and the easy trick you could use to get past her when you met her in the mines may not fully work here, unless I am lucked out that Miria is once again able to cancel everything she does. But that will be a matter of luck. But her fighting routines are at least not set up to always be using Demon Soulbreaker whenever someone is at full HP. Meaning that you will have to be more creative in how you fight them. What the freaking hell? Not this time. Let's see. It's of course always a bit of luck if you can cancel him or not. However, cancelling will require some more caution from this point on. As although the only one in which you will actually have that will be Randomo. But from here on, enemies can punish you immediately when you cancel them. And Randomo will be the first boss enemy to put on that punishment, and later bosses can do that too. I guess I know what he means. I understand the good Lord Shinja did to him, and what a wonderful lover we must have been to him. Still, that doesn't justify the way he has taken. Problem is, you only realize the error of his way if Rick come back to life in order to tell him that personally. Since we can't wake the dead, we'll get a hard time getting that message into his head. course, Kirana's floor. Can I crush your skull again? Is of course the achievement for beating Jericho again. And note that is one of the few that is not an actual reference. Of course, the place where we fought Kirana for the first time was the Mines of Iron, which original music was of course copied, and the puzzles. Oh, that's a nice way to go. Not. And the puzzles there, most of all, revolved around Rendor's ability to crack walls. This is totally getting the wrong way. Those mine keepers are very extremely strong. But they only have 1 HP. I got blues in my heart, I got blues in my soul. Are you ready for the blues house? I've got blues in my head, I got blues in my breath. Are you ready for the blues house? And here, of course, the Traveler's Emblem. And with that, the level cap will be 128. That I just had to remove the 2 characters who are currently able to end this fight immediately. Not much of a choice, do I? This would just only end up the wrong way. Everything that I could have against me was against me. Discretion is the better part of value or something like that. And bravery and needless suicide are two different things. Well, where to go? That was too easy, I suppose. Okay, that's just a gremlin. Okay. We're making progress, eh? Yeah, this was a kind of an effect that I tried to create, but to me it didn't really work out the way I intended. And of course, the safe spot already gave away that this would be the room where the boss would be found. Geez, Dad, is that you? If not, then you are a very good look-alike. Sandy! She really hates her old man, in case you didn't notice. That shout move would only move everything back to the starting point of the time gauge. actually not really something harmful. Yeah, the AP shortages can really be a problem now. Oh, wait a minute, I don't have the AP. Just to be a dick. This will cause him to get cancelled. Being a dick once again. And I guess I can't do it again. Oh well, let's do this. Bad luck. So, I'm afraid she won't make it in time anymore now. Oh, I think I'm a little bit in luck with the timing. Can I pull this off again? No, she is a tiny bit too fast. Well, I guess it was fun while it lasted. Missed me. Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Okay, too little AP for that. Not that I expect this to work, but hey, I need some more green dragon points. Ah, I see. Yeah, if you really want to get the most out of your characters, you gotta change a lot of this point. Oh, it's just intimidate. Or shout, well, doesn't really matter. Dang. Yeah, that too can happen. Well, that did more damage than he could heal with his. Oh, this is going to be fun. I turned him into a zombie while running blue. And now he's healing, will hurt him. This can make this fight go faster if I'm a bit lucky. No, you're not gonna do a taxi. That sucks. Yeah, Quattro Power Strike. Oh yeah, let's use a recover. He's a zombie now after all. No venom spit. Yeah, of the bosses coming halfway, this might well be the strongest. Like the one in Randomos Tower just requires a little trick to get past. No, 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 no. Rebecca's sword level has become level 90. Thank you. Well, let's see. I really have no idea how much HP this guy has left. Of course, he has been healing himself a few times, but now that he has that status, that won't work anymore, and this was the final blow. And Eric gets to level 90. With a little bit of luck, he might even turn level 100 in this chapter. Well, let's get to the other side. $1,600 shielders, that's certainly worth something. It may very well pay off to go to Valixium after I'm done with Kirana. After all, I wanted to try that secret dungeon again anyway. And why not try that with some better weapons, eh? trick to this here. Do you see it? Ta-da! And this is the room where Kirana is waiting for us. You can already see her at the top of the screen. Well, are you ready for it? Now, Kirana is less philosophical. She's just a spoiled brat. Amazing. Simply amazing. Rondemaux comes up with the dumbest idea imaginable to lure you in here, and you guys came. Of course, you can't be as good as smart like me, but I really never imagined you were this thick. I should have known earlier. We could have won this fight without any effort. Like you are the smart one. I always wondered where if there was a brain in your arrogant head. How dare you insult me? Do you know who you are talking to? Girl who is far too full of herself than is good for her. And that is really all I need to know about you. What I do care is explanations about a few things. Explanations. There's nothing to explain to the likes of you. Well, where shall I begin? A. What's the deal with your Lord I don't care what his name is? B. What did you do to the citizens of the city of Gaggleton? And last but not least, C. Why do you want my brother? All stuff you don't need to know. Unlike you, I am a VIP. You are just being alive for no reason, bothering me. That's things don't concern you. Go home and leave the guy you think he's your brother here. If you care about your insignificant life. You said what? Not only you are stupid, it appears you're deaf as well. I wonder what VIP means in your particular case. Very insane, Poop. Frankly, I don't think she thinks we don't have a right to know. I think it's rather that she's too dumb to know the answer to Rebecca's questions and that she just tries to bury them with insults to cover up her own stupidity. What? Well, I guess Rebecca's not the only one who's dead. I wanted to be nice and give you a chance to get out of alive. But now I changed my mind. You shall all die! Now, do you know what the worst part is about Kirana? Especially since the corona hysteria, I found types like her all over the internet. All thinking they are smart, all being very insulting because they are too stupid to say anything else, and all being completely full of themselves. And of course, all denying that they are the ones who are like her. And now I wonder how many people will take offense from what I just said. If you do, you're most likely one of them. Now, you have to excuse me, I'm also playing now. And let's see. Of course, just like all the others, the first thing to do is pickpocket in order to get the key. Now, dude. But I think I can manage. As I've already seen, the timing with Maria is this time not that great that I can keep on canceling her. She still no, she doesn't have any power-ups left. Oh, wait a minute, I still can. Blizzard, yeah, not this time. Let's cast a hyper on I want to say on Rebecca. It should definitely speed things up a little. Yeah, I will have to deal with that phantom hazard. I can do another vitalize. Unfortunately, after that, I'm a bit in trouble. But I could successfully poison her. That will definitely help a lot. Confusion is not the most terrible thing to do. Especially not when she misses. A few more. Thanks from my vlog. I love that stuff. It's one of the few things I can eat without my dentures in. And I prefer to do these videos without my dentures in. Makes talking a bit easier. No ultrasonic curly, especially not on Sydney. Okay, this is not going to be good because I don't think I can cancel any time. And I guess this time I'm in for the ride. And I cannot vitalize anymore. Hey, but there are more ways to do this. No tsunami. Well, let's make another change. Well, that was quick, huh? Because there goes a warning to every parent of what your child can become when you don't scold your children every now and then. Nah, she's too stupid to even realize she's getting scolded. Well, and now let's go to Cat Island to do that side quest once more before I advance on to Rondemo. For that, of course, I need to go to Independence. Don't ever hurt high-class girls like me. I actually wished I exaggerated Kirana when it comes to the morons I have met on the internet. But it's suddenly that I realized that she's not even half as bad. Oh well. On to Cat Island. Well, let's first go to Felixian. Well, this will do for now. Let's see, she already has the Sword of Justice and a light chainmail, same here. Okay, for her I need to see if I can at least upgrade her robe. And perhaps I can buy the Katzwalker for Maria. And I think that I'm much through my money after I have all that. Yeah, the Pope's robe, that will already be... yeah, the cat cloak. And then I am straight through all my money. And there, cat cloak. And the Katzwalker, yes. And then the Pope robe. Well, and let's store the remainder of the cash. Now there is one more place where a weapon shop and an armor shop can be found. But that is in the last chapter. Let's go to Frendamon's mansion. Well, of course, there's not much to talk about anymore as far as that dungeon is concerned, as most there is to be said about it has already been said when I was there on my failed attempt. And I will just make it quick. As there's not much point in taking any detours. Of course, I already have the emblem here, so I don't need to go for that one anymore. Okay, that one is at an end now. Oh, let's throw in a washout, that will really speed things up. Vocal herb works against silence attacks, so that's of course not really going to do much. It's the shadow that went over Soul. Now I really need to check something out, because that can also speed things up. Yeah, bomb.
That's what. I mean, the combats here are not really giving me anything to justify fighting them, aside from not always being able to prevent it. Well, I already have the treasure here. This was precisely what I put this move into for. In the original setup, Rebecca was supposed to be able to haggle at stores, but this never really worked properly. So in the end, I decided to replace that. And I think all for the better. And well, here is the boss. Let's see if I can do it this time. Oh no. No Demon Soul Breaker. If you heard a cuckoo, that was just my cell phone giving the sound of a notification. We don't need no stinking gloom. Well, that settles that. The way back has been closed. That has barely been done due to conflicts with the boss. But basically it's not really that much needed. I made a crap load of money by defeating that boss, and that is what this achievement is about. Well, I'm not really going to put my money to waste anymore. Basically here the dungeon counts as completed. Here most of all, Tales from the Basement, which is of course a reference to Tales from the Crypt. And here you can find all kinds of jewels you can wear as
accessories, or however you pronounce that. Now it might be a good idea that before I resume the game in Randomo's floor, that I put all the money I have on the bank. I don't want to lose it. So first to Felixium. I don't see much point in going to Royal to buy stuff there. I think I can manage pretty well as far as this chapter is concerned. Well, I guess that will do. Of course, the first time I met Randomo, there was no way to win. This time I have, of course, to win, although he can still use that Moab move that was completely knocking me out on the last encounter. That move has been weakened a lot this time, so it will still do a lot of more damage over the entire party. But it's not as deadly anymore as it used to be. Yes, let's use this safe spot. Should I go wipe out, then I would end up the entire way in the city of Felixium. But in Independence, which is of course a lot better of a location. The dark storage. And then to Randomo's department. Of course, Randomo was met just outside the Black Dragon Cave, hence the music of the Black Dragon Cave in his part of the storage. Oh, let's put in Turner for this one. A crow. Let's see. Okay, that fails. Ah, back. $95, $89, $84, $89. Nice to know the levels are this high. The Mind Creeper. nasty little buggers. They are supposed to be so strong that they will mostly only kill you unless you are very extremely heavily overleveled. And the canteen area. That is just a regular gremlin. There is a little joke with this pit. It's actually a secret passage. Of course, also the one hiding the traveler's emblem. Well, that will set things right. Okay. And this is the room where the boss will bother us. Well, this boss can be very extremely annoying. Nearly all the attacks will miss or be somehow invalidated. However, there is a very easy way to get this one done. Just let Argella shoot it. And then it will be gone instantly. The quickest way to do this. That will only work for Argella, not for the others. Well, and now to find Randamo. Of course, do you remember which puzzle you could find in Black Dragon's Lair. As I told you, when it comes to puzzles, the Dark Storage offers the same as in the dungeons you fought the respective Order of Onyx member. Perhaps the question, do you remember alone, would be a hint. As remember was what that puzzle was all about. I Love Your Smile is the achievement for beating the Smiley boss. Yes, it was a memory puzzle. And here we once again have to play memory. Of course, now that Argella has joined, she is on the memory tile instead of Queen Shanda. And hey, she's even on this one. Maria, Eric, Rebecca, Endor, and yeah, here is the other Rebecca. Endor, I guess the other was here, yes. Eric. Was this where he was? Yes. Maria, I think Maria was here. Oh, do I have a good memory? Okay. Yeah, here's the other Cindy, and then of course you may see the teleporter here, but it is of course very tempting to step into it, but you better not. And fight Wonderwell first, otherwise you can't proceed. Welcome, boys and girls, to my sophisticated trap. Let's get things done and let's get it over with. I don't think that trap is that sophisticated. After all, I take you for a first-rate liar. A liar? Me? You assault me, little girl? I never lie. Lying is a big no-no in my line of work. And what is your line of work? Swindling? Some people call it that. An entire misconception of what I do. As a matter of fact, Rondomo is now going to teach you what your governments have been doing the past 4 or 5 years or so. if not longer, but especially the past 4 or 5 years. Before you make big stories to prove you're not a swindler, I can conclude that you are nothing but a swindler. A swindler who never lies. I guess you won't make much money that way. On the contrary, but I guess your unsophisticated brain cannot fully comprehend that. I normally don't give lessons, but I feel kinda mellow today. So let me take you into the true secret of what you call swindling. A lesson? A hard one? No, it's actually quite easy to understand. You don't have to be sophisticated for that. You see, all you tell about your services must be true, but don't tell everything. Just make them a few things. Just tell them a few things which are all true. Sooner or later, your clients will assume the rest, which is not necessarily true. You cannot blame me, they make the wrong assumptions. Of course, the theory is easy. It takes true sophistication to actually manage to make people do that. And that concludes my lesson. Yeah, I guess so. Tell me, why are you fighting for Lord Imbecile's side? I have my own reasons. I don't see why I need to share that with unsophisticated beings such as yourself. Well, he's probably acting tough, but I guess his mama told him to do so, and that he always obeys his mama. It doesn't take a clever being to say something unsophisticated like that. Oh, so it was your mama who told you to do so? Who would have guessed he was such a mama's boy? I don't do things simply because anyone tells me to do so, even if that somebody is my own mother. My mother was charged and fled to escape capital punishment. My mother had to hide herself. A good son will help his mother to survive and avenges her. So I did, and Lord Tiskijimza was the key to our revenge. But I cannot believe I was so unsophisticated to tell you that. Now, it doesn't matter anymore. I was ordered to catch the boy you call Eric and kill the rest of you. Well, let me say this. The truth about Eric is soon about to be revealed. Just hang on a little while longer. Of course, like always, you will have to pilfer the key. But of course, you should now be more wary about what you do. Canceling is definitely not the way to go, as he will punish you for that. It will cause him to immediately counter your cancellation with a special kind of chemicals that you are not going to want. Whoa, already opens with his Moab. Well, that forces me to drastic measures, I'm afraid. Now I was about to get Maria off the front line anyway. Let's see. Ranked up 584. Well, that should take care of things. Yeah, another Moab. We should all survive it. That they do. Well, I guess he didn't have that much HP. And that's all of them. Well, wasn't he a sophisticated one? That was quite a clever move, Eravonia, to mention his mother. I almost forgot Jennifer told us her mother, and thus his mother was involved. To be honest, that was pure luck. I just want to insult them, and criminals like him often turn berserk when you mention their mothers in such an unrespectful way. Well, at least I could snatch this black key from him. I wonder what we'll find when we open the great door in the main section with that. Well, I got all 4 keys now, and Eric is now level 99. I won't make it to 100 though. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the storehouse. We're supposed to be invincible. Still, what did it really hurt? I wish I didn't have to fight them. I know Shalaka will punish me for this. Of course, Mr. Good Guy. The goddess will damn your soul anyway, so stop pretending to be good. It's so unsophisticated. Well, perhaps it was a better idea to lure them someone else and not to take our keys with us. If Lord Jessica Yimza finds out what happened, he will surely be mad. Mad? I am bursting with fury. What were you thinking? Lord Jessica Yimza? Yes, it's me. Not only did you lure them right into the place where the orbs were stored, but you were also foolish enough to allow them to steal your keys. You are the elite Order of Onyx. I gave you your status and your invincibility for a reason. On top of that, you failed to capture him and to kill the humans who foolishly befriended him. You are completely worthless. You don't deserve your position, and most of all, not your invincibility. Forgive us, Lord Jessica Yimza. Please, give us another chance. The only reason you get another chance is because I have nobody to replace you quickly enough, as they are already on their way to the Orc Room. So guard the place with your lives, and I mean quite literally. Because I am going to remove your invincibility to motivate you to do this right. You can't do that, my lord. They'll kill us. And if you don't move your asses over there immediately, I will kill you myself. Move it. Voila, it's open. I wonder what's down there. Must be pretty important, since we needed 4 keys to open the door, and since the member of the Order were carrying those keys themselves. Only one way to find out. I know that some very important questions are finally about to get answered. So let's waste no more time. Yeah, well, final spoiler alert. As it is true, we are about to get into some very important revelations. Well, there is one door over here. It's closed now. If you have enough achievements, it will be opened. I guess even I don't have the achievements based on the achievement database right now. And well, here we find all 4 of them. And yes, it's fighting time. I was hoping you'd run away from this place, but I guess I should have known better. You're gonna die. Thanks to you, we lost our invincibility. And I'll tell you in order to get it back. It was very extremely unsophisticated to tell them that, Kirana. If you use that word one more time, I will kill you instead of them, Rondemo. Let's just get it over with. So now, all 4 in once! Now, what is the most important thing to know? Ladies first, as Kirana will only heal up the others. And should it happen that one of the gentlemen goes down before Kirana goes down, then you get in for the ride and then she come up with a super move that will wipe out the party immediately. So I guess the message is clear, focus all on Kirana. After that, the order doesn't really matter. You may have noticed that Kirana starts all battles with tennis change fear. Not that it really matters in her case, since she can't perform melee or any physical attacks anyway. But it was done on purpose in order to make clear what kind of a coward she is. Somebody sets up the bomb is a very nice reference to a game that was so horribly translated that it actually became legend. Now the status change that hit Cindy is actually the exhaust status change, which will make her AP go down. That it came with paralysis is not very nice, because that prevents me from swapping her to the back row. But luckily you can easily cure that with a pepper. Yeah, let's put Livonia in the lead. It is best not to have Angela up front. She might counter or at least intercept any move, but that will cause damage, which will spook up Kirana. As soon as Kirana is gone, it matters less. But the punishment feature on Wonderwall when he gets countered is also there. So Angela may not be the best choice we think. This somebody sets up the bomb horrible translation comes from the same game as the even more famous horrible translation sentence, all your base are belong to us. Which is, by the way, also parodied in this game, but not during this fight. I also recommend not to use normal attacks from Iravonia as long as Kirana is up, but she's gone now. No, I don't want to die. Erik Engert is the achievement for Eric getting level 100. And Engert means creep in Dutch. And it's also an Erik Enger is also a persona in a very old Dutch children's show. Now, I can't use Irabonia to cast Grease on Jericho. Jericho is the only one who can't get poisoned, so don't even try. Now, due to Rebecca recognizing herself in Alderus, it is nice to know that once Alderus goes down, Rebecca will immediately be able to learn a new move. Oh wait, it was Eric who needed healing. Oh. In that case. This will of course be the last time you have to fight the Order of Onyx. This is terrible. Little boy is a reference to the atomic bomb used to bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I don't have much luck when it comes to poisoning these guys. They have some resistance against it, but they can be poisoned. Wait a minute, I don't have enough. Well. Let's try it one more time. I don't have much luck on poisoning, I guess. Ah, finally. At least one person is about to meet his doom. I wouldn't focus on Alderus anymore, the poison will do its job. Jericho is most of the problem since he cannot be poisoned. But don't underestimate Rondemal.
took me quite some effort to balance this particular fight out. As having all four of them is of course making this fight significantly harder than all the previous ones. And yeah, you can get a lot of experience points here. Come on, Sandy. Kill your boyfriend. Yeah, I really would like Cindy to savor her HP. I might need it. At last. So let's focus all energy on Jericho for the time being. My death releases me from my vows and I'm free from the web of evil. I thank you, may Shalaga have mercy on my soul. Or while you're looking into the woman in the red dress is of course a return to the Matrix for Iravonia getting level 100. I'm no man for Rebecca reaching level 100. Of course, it was from Aowen, Lord of the Rings, Little Game with 2 Hour Room is another Lord of the Rings reference. They're not reaching level 100. I thank you, may Shalaga have mercy on my soul and reward you for your services to me. Well, observation. Of course, I did put in a few skip moves, otherwise this fight would really be undoable. Although, the chance they will skip turns is depending on your difficulty setting. Ah, biohazard has been learned. That is good to know. Lay on hands has been learned as a result of defeating Aldous, which is a healing. Aldous used it himself. And that is of course because
Rebecca is come to realize how much she has in common with Alderus, even though he was her enemy. Well, let's use another focus. Breeze. As you can imagine, it took me a lot of effort to get this fight just right. Also do extra scripting when you actually defeat them, which was of course only a logical thing to do, that I would put it in at this point. After all, this is story-wise perhaps one of the most important fights. Let's do this. Canceling him is not an option, as that will only be punished. But at least I can make sure that Cindy won't get hurt. And if Maria was not on the front row when Vandermo planned his move, this would just work out fine. And Jericho will skip his turn. So that eases the things out a little. Was I this unsophisticated? What else was there to say for him, right? Of course, the novels Venieria and The Madness Called Love in Dutch called De Waanzinnige Liefde heet. Those two novels go into the deep of the backstories of these gentlemen and was it supposed to be a lady? safely be cancelled because only Rondemo not. When I see it's not really needed, as he's just going to throw his turn away. That is a dispel. That is not really something I'd like to happen at this point. That went well, I suppose. Hey, that's teamwork. Let's see. She still has the effect of hyper. I'm sorry, Rick. I failed you. Open your mind, open your eyes, I have two wings. It refers to the Wings Club. Open your mind, open your eyes, we are the Wings. And of course the Order of Onyx is just a reference to the game itself, as I defeated the Order of Onyx now. I certainly hope so, they've been bugging us enough. I understand your feelings, Rebecca, but you should never rejoice at killing people. We also mustn't forget that they were merely servants. The real threat, Lord Tsuchiyinza, is still out there. The fact he removed their invincibility, allowing us to kill them, may only mean he no longer needs them. Which can make the guy himself even more dangerous than he already was. In other words, it's not over. Let's check out the next room. I'm quite sure something must be in there. Something of great importance. Now you cannot go back. You must first check out the next room. However, something will happen while you go there. You see it? Someone is missing. Let's just check out this place. An empty room? Holy Guarding was an empty room? Was this really nothing more but a trap? This is ridiculous. Maybe this sign here will clarify something. All your soul are belong to me, which is of course a reference to all your base are belong to us. Whatever that means. I was hoping everything would be clear now. Say, has anybody seen Eric? Now that you mention it, where has he gone to? Eric, the game's up. You're too old to be playing hide and seek. Eric, come out there. That's Kirana's voice. So she's still alive. Let's go ask her a few questions. Ah, you're too emotional for that, Rebecca. So leave that to us. Little Scorpion and I will do the interrogation. Are you with me, little Scorpion? Oh, yeah. Yes, I wanted this to be as mean, as evil as possible. I mean, Kirana is the character all love to hate. Although only a very few people are not like her, that's the worst part. So let's have a little chat. What do you want from me? Answers. I asked you some questions before, but you refused to answer them. And what makes you think I'd answer them now? Oh, come on, little Kirana. Let's not be so hostile. Rebecca is a very sweet girl, but when she's mad, she can become mortally dangerous. The six of us are not enough to stop her when you get any further on her nerves. Make that 5 butterfly. I'm not going to risk my life when Rebecca loses it. Thank you. What can she do to me? I'm invincible. We've heard that before, darling, but I ain't so sure about that. You revealed yourself that Lord Thingy removed your invincibility, and that your friends look pretty much dead to me. It appears you fell in love with the wrong Lord. Lord Shitsa was not the boyfriend you were hoping for, I guess. I mean, what kind of a lover would do such a cruel thing to you? So you are completely at our mercy. So you can either cooperate or you can help me for my whip practice. Oh yeah, we recently met some dogs up a mountain area. Maybe you like to help with them? No, take me away from the Gordo. Could you then tell us what you heard? Well, why you lured us to an empty room? I'm not saying anything. Lord Tsuki will kill me if I did. Oh, bummer. I can't beat that reasoning. Say, Butterfly, did you know I always wanted to be a waiter at a dog's restaurant in area? Do you still think they got a vacant spot for me? Oh yeah, up the mountain, next to that temple over there. No, I shall answer that question. Really? Did those two girls ever dare to call Lord Strange's name evil? The empty room was the soul orb room. We kept the soul orbs for Lord Jimza there. His dark servants must have taken them away while we were fighting you. And what are soul orbs? I can't tell you that. Those orbs stuck out the soul of a human or animal being. By devouring souls, Lord Jimza can restore to his full power. We used the town of Gaggleton to test it. And the test was successful. The former citizens got their souls sucked into those orbs. We didn't expect their bodies would disintegrate as a side effect. But that didn't matter to us. So that's what happened to the people in Gaggleton. How could you do something so horrible? Everything is justified in the name of Lord Gipta. Can I go now? Not so damn fast. I got a few more questions. Why did you lure us away from that town? You didn't want Eric to be there when it happened, did you? You needed him alive, and you always tried to kidnap him. And I bet he's now taken away by goons from your little gang. It's time you finally explain why. No, don't force me to tell you that. Et maintenant, dans le restaurant des Gordeaux, la spécialité de la maison, Kirana au fines herbes et un grand dessert. Okay, I'll tell everything. Just stop referring to the Gordo. Well, come on. We're all anxious to find out Eric's big secret. Well, I give you 10 seconds. Do you actually know what Eric's big secret is? Time's up. Let's go to the big revelation. The boy you came to know as Eric is not human. He was created by the supreme god Yassatar himself as a modified copy of the girl he always believed to be his twin sister and placed into the belly of her mother. Nothing more but an empty vessel of flesh. However, to give him a soul, Yassatar himself went into his body. Cut short, Eric is Yassatar himself, disguised as a human. Apparently, Eric doesn't know this, as Yassatar must have blocked his own memories from godhood. This is complete bullcrap. Even that Shacklock guy couldn't come up with crap like this. It's ridiculous. My brother can't be a god. And even if it was true, what reason could Yassatar have to do something as completely demented as that? I know you don't like to hear this, Rebecca, but I don't think it's as demented as you think it is. The Buffindos have a legend stating that Yassatar promised us Buffindos, when he punished the Buffindos, killed the elves, he'd one day look at the world through the eyes of a mortal human in order to make sure the time is right for the humans to get their wings back, so that the Buffindos and humans can be reunited at last. If Kirana speaks the truth, Eric must be the one. Legend or no legend, is there any way to back up the ridiculous claim that Eric is the one carrying Yassatar's soul? Tons, actually. The four dragons would not lend their powers to just anybody, but they lent them to Eric. It's also clear to me why Eric mustn't be there when the Geggleton tragedy took place. Yassatar's spirit is most likely too strong for those orbs to contain, which would be very nasty for this Lord thing. And last but not least, didn't the Gordo only take orders from Yassatar himself or his chosen representative? Either Eric has to be chosen by Yassatar for some reason, or he has to be the god himself. It seems to fit. I propose we go back to Malavia and ask her. She's the only one who can recognize Yassatar's aura if it is an Eric. But first, we must free him. Malavia will need Eric in order to analyze him. Plus, I don't dare to visit the Gordo without him at this moment, and I'd hate to think of what will happen to Eric if he remains in the hands of the enemy too long. Which leads us to the next question, Gordo Father. If Eric dies, Yassatar's spirit will be freed from his mortal chains, and he shall be a full god again. Lord Jimza wants to prevent that. So basically, you first make Eric invulnerable for the time being and lock him up to keep Yassatar prisoner. But the Fatso is also right about the soul orbs not being strong enough to contain Yassatar's aura. But Lord Jizikijima thinks he can absorb Yassatar's aura, and he wants to investigate if that's possible. And if it's possible, Lord Jizikijima does absorb Yassatar's aura, he'll be the most powerful being in the universe. And where are they keeping him until Lord Demented carries out his mad ideas? In the Black Prison at the southwest of Delisto. I'm quite sure of that. It's close to the place called the Suicide Rock. You can't miss it. Then we can best pass through the Vrenda bushes south. I think that's the shortest route to get there. Excellent, Kirana. We are going to the prison, but you're going with us. What? We need a good guide. You must know the place pretty well. And don't run away. After all, if Eric is really Yasata, he can command some beasts you're afraid of. And he surely used that power to hunt you down if we tell him to do so. You can't make me! Soft, not too fat, but still juicy. If I were a Gordo, I'd know what to do. Alright, you win, I'll go with you. See what you can do with the proper motivation. Okay, girls, that's enough. We know what we needed to know. And our next target is set. Let's go! Now, and with that, Kirana has temporarily joined the party. And for that, the achievement, may the Force be with you. Of course, it refers to Star Wars, but in this case, forced, as Kirana was forced to join the party. She is always at the first spot. She cannot be put to the back row. And of course, she has a very special set of stats, which are not really informative, I can tell you that. Strength, weak, defense, fragile, resistance, intelligence, dump, agility, awful, accuracy, fast, if afraid, accuracy, miss, evasion, hard to miss. In other words, her true stats are hidden. Of course, she uses a sight as a weapon, black dress, and a Lunara stone as jewelry. That Lunara stone is mentioned in the prequel novels, I can tell you that. So yes, this game has a lot of lore behind it. Of course, she will only join you for one dungeon, and after that she will permanently leave the party. And after she left, there's one more small mission, and that mission will end the chapter. So hang on a little while longer as far as this chapter is concerned. Okay. Well, since we're done here, let's move it. Oh, by the way, you cannot put Kirana in the lead of your group. Also because she's a guest character. Well, let's go to the Friendo bushes to meet an old friend. And well, we're already over 7 hours in this particular chapter. So this is the longest video so far, and I think it will also be the longest video altogether. I hope you're still hanging out with me. Or did you skip all the way to this point so you could hear me say that? Naughty, naughty, naughty. Well, let's get the deal done with Shacklock, shall we? Well, let's see, what can I do here? Poisoned arrow. And he missed. Of course, his crystal blade will have more possibilities now. Of course, Kirana is a pretty strong magician. Like it or not, we have to give her that. So we might well make use of her abilities. 0 Kelvin, which is of course the absolute cold. Minus 273 degrees Celsius. And calculate for yourself how much that is in Fahrenheit, as I really don't know and actually do not really care either. Well, let's save the strength for a while. Well, the spell 0 Kelvin can also be learned by Eric. As well as Corona. Of course, this Corona has nothing to do with the coronavirus. This game predates the Corona hoax. This is, of course, referring to the atmosphere of the sun. Well, let's see. Well, let's be nice and cure Kirana's venom. I mean, I can't remove her from the front line anyway, so... Don't you just hate it when that happens? Okay, that's one of the stronger healing spells. How much do I need for permanent? Oh, 50. Well, then I guess this will do. Of course, by the time she can cast permanence now, Rebecca will already have weakened before the point that she was. I'm pretty sure of that. Ah, the crystal blade put her back on 1 HP, huh? Well, let's just go for another 0 Kelvin. Oh, it's no longer needed. Okay, now King of Crime, Schming of Shrine. I've had it up now with your attitude. And I'm not going to blink my eyes now. And if you dare to escape, your worst nightmare will come true. Then I'll send you on a date with Kirana. Hey, leave me out of this! Here I have a crystal blade for sale. I'll start the bidding at 1 billion shielders. Yeah, it's really expensive to get yourself a crystal blade. Jeez, I didn't believe he'd give in to Kirana's pathetic statement. Yeah, when I wrote that, I thought this was super unrealistic. The past few years showed that people gave in to sillier statements. Are you scared, Kirana? Well, Shacklock will now remain here as a stone master, helping Maria to work out her rogue skills. Well, let's save the game and pick up the Traveler's Emblem, and then let's get on the road. Well, this is not going to get me anywhere. But there's nothing Kirana can do about that, except from trying to kill. A few ones. Oh, and suddenly there is hope again. I think it's better to make a run for it. This is just going to get me in more trouble than it's worth. Having Kirana's vitality on the line is unfortunately not that nice, since she can't gain any levels. Well, I guess we just have to grin and bear that one. Basically, it's just making your way to the other side, so that's not really going to be that hard now, is it? Or at least, I don't think it will be. Next new moves for Dyrt. Level cap is 136 already. Well, that's... Yeah, tigers are of course not that hard. After all, you met them in the action rooms at the start of the game. They shouldn't really pose a big problem anymore. Those hawks could still be dangerous though. Yeah, well, Cindy took over. Yeah, now claw strike, that was of course taught by the tiger. It really may not happen that this goes without trouble, huh? Yeah, I can do that. Huh? She's by far more than enough. And dive is the move learned from the hawk. Now, this is the second last dungeon of this chapter. After that, only the Black Prison remains, and that is a rather special dungeon. But I guess I can best explain more about that once I actually get there. Of course, the Friendor bushes is a place with a history. When I designed the very first version of the fairy tale, it would actually be the very first dungeon after the prologue to be designed. After all, the place where Jake and
Marilona met each other, and it was actually from that point that the history of the Phantasar Chronicles began for me as a writer. Now there is a bit of a cheesy way in finding your way through the labyrinth that is actually forming here. Brando Bushes has actually been present in, well, so far every Phantasar RPG game. Yes, it's also present in Luna's father. I guess, even though I am a bit allergic to tradition, that some things become tradition in their own right. I just need some more wind points as well as earth points, so I guess it's only natural that I would do this every now and then. Although the time may come soon that there may be quicker ways to deal with this stuff. But more about that in the next video, as those are things that you can actually not properly deal with once you actually reach the last chapter.
see that Maria still is below level 100, level 94 to be exact. Surprising. Well, a cheesy way to find your way is just to go the way south here, although that is the wrong direction. But it will work out, trust me. That is, of course, when stuff like this doesn't happen. Let's remove that imp. I mean, I can't use smoke bomb anymore, as Maria has been knocked out. As a matter of fact, I think I'm lost. Oh well, let's do it again. At least we are pressed check block. This place can be a bit bothersome to get through, I must admit that. Although, when you have been working out on your traveler's emblems, you should be able to get high enough eventually to get through the place. It really makes not much sense to make Rebecca use her scare ability. It's only little it will do. There's not much point in charming that cheetah. As it has the same move as the tiger, and you can only charm one of them. It's just up to you which one you charm. Well, at least I got myself past that one, eh? On the bright side, Kirana's vitality bar is now to the max. And on the bright side, I'm forced to gain a few levels, but as already said, that helps on the short term, but is mostly on the long term neutralized anyway. Especially given the things that I'm going to demonstrate in the final video, which is of course to start soon. At least soon is how quickly I can get through this. Well, this is very nice, not. Must I really do this? Okay, let's see. Well, Zero getting should help me clean things up, I hope. The tiger is the least dangerous creature here. Okay. Too bad. Of course, if Cindy was faster and used her up, that would save me some vitality. Now, this is one of the places where the experience goes pretty fast compared to earlier dungeons, depending on the enemies you encounter here. So I guess it may be refilled soon. Like I said, only Kirana is an actual problem in that regard. And of course, on the short term, with each passing level, I may have a bit more chance, at least. That's what I often keep telling myself. This snake is getting oversold. Not that I fear that one, but hey. Yeah, as you can see, since this is a kind of traditional dungeon, then you may already have guessed that this was originally written in Teddy Bear, converted to Cthulhu later, and that Cthulhu is not really grateful to this kind of level design. Yeah, I'm not even going to trouble myself with this. You'll learn soon enough when trying to make a run for it is not cowardice, but an actual wise thing to do. Life's already short enough without needless deadly risks. Ambushes, don't you just... Oh yeah, I can't. Oh. I will have to make a run for it. This is not going anywhere. Well, let's just go all the way south again. Well, this shouldn't be too much trouble. Of course, I can opt for it when I go down now to restart the game so I can load the save game. That will require me to mess around a bit with the save games. I guess that's always the kind of sacrifice you must make. I'm mostly in favor just to go for a smoke bomb whenever there's more than one need. Those are just nasty little fellas. The experience I got was from the enemies killed by Kirana. Only the two imps were removed by Maria. Just in case you were confused about this. When you wonder about the playtime being lower than the actual video time, that's simply because things are a bit messed up when it comes to the timer, and it doesn't always run when it shoots. This is getting annoying. Well, at least 2-0 Kelvins by Kirana will kill those imps too, but I wish I hadn't had to endure this. Okay. If there was a best time to level up, I guess this was it. The unlucky number, 95, yeah. Thank you, Bill Gates. You made me hate that number forever. This green safe spot is close to the exit. If I click it now and don't click anything again outside of combat, Maria should reach it. That is, unless the enemy wipes me out. So I can only hope that won't happen. So we might just well sit back and relax. After all, the story doesn't continue anyway before I reach that point. And you can say what you want about Kirana, but she can make herself useful, right? La la la. Hey, she rocks. I'm afraid there's nothing to do about it. Oh, there it is. And of course, the hawk will be killed by Iravonia with a rock. Of course, this little trick won't work anymore in other RPG games of mine, as they are configured to turn off the Pathfinder ones. The encounters start. Well, let's see. We are not going to do how many more damage I was about to say, but it does. Miria was fast, but not fast enough. That Hawk B is getting oversoul. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do there. That should do it. Shouldn't be long anymore, or at least I'd like to say so. Okay, should I have put some time markers in the description of this video so you could skip to any dungeon or town or important plot twists in an instant? I mean, especially when it comes to developers' commentary videos, those can of course be interesting questions, right? Oh my goodness. The imp went over soul, or I think, or is it the cheetah? Yeah, the imp too. This is not going to be fun. Well, perhaps. Yeah. Hey. A bit of game knowledge can help you sometimes, eh? 96 for Maria. In case you can't reach robot numbers, Kirana has level 150, Cindy has 112, Maria has 96, and Argella has 108. This sucks. No, I'm not going to try. Oh, almost made it, at least, to that green safe spot. Oh, just puts in a green safe spot in a dungeon. I can get anywhere, anytime there I want in order to recover. If you want to walk through an entire dungeon for that. Of course, it doesn't really matter, since after all, every town has a safe spot that can also be used to recover. And well, you can see the exit down below. Of course, something tells me that I might have one more encounter before I can actually leave.
Yep. But this shouldn't cause too much trouble, especially not on a preemptive strike. It is. Well, let's first go to zero before going to the Black Prison. Run through the forest run is of course a clear reference to Run Forest Run from the Forrest Gump movies. Yes, I don't need my cash right now. No, not for the last dungeon either. Well, let's see. Well, I think that will do. Well, let's go to that Black Prison. The house, the island, by the way, is Eric, Iravonia, and Rebecca's house. And inside you will find Wendy, Eric and Rebecca's mother. If it isn't Silakandra, do you remember me? You brought me to the temple of the goddess Venieria when a monster hurt me. Wendy, I hardly recognized you. You look so different in that dress. Yeah, I only wear this dress when I'm home. A dress is not the right piece of clothing when you're in the forest, don't you agree? I agree. Good thing you completely recovered. That was quite a nasty wound. Well, I'm fine now. I guess I never got the chance to properly change thank you. So I hereby thank you. You're welcome. Hello, Iravonia. You too went with our mission, didn't you? Well, of course, they all say something different. Perhaps you should try out yourself what will happen if Eric and Rebecca talk to her. Of course, there's no speech for Kirana since you can't put her in the lead. Well, the Black Prison. I already said so in my run through the Friendor bushes. This is a special dungeon. And also the final dungeon of this chapter. Meaning that this video, of which I set the record as far as this game is concerned, for long videos. Then anyway, after this dungeon, this chapter will end, and then I will take my leave of you. But this is a very special dungeon. Maria will have to take it on alone, as this is rather a sneak mission. I basically wanted to give Maria her chance to shine anyway, regardless if you like a more tactical character in your group or not. Well, you can speak to all your party members.
Kirana is, by the way, still an official party member. If I leave this place to the world map, she will just be in the group. However, once I complete this place, then she will officially leave the party permanently. Well, let's enter. Right, I can't afford any mistakes now. I'd have to do this right. Like I said, this is more a sneak dungeon. You have to get through it without getting seen. Getting seen is being in front of the face of these guys. As soon as they see you, they will shoot you straight dead, and then the dungeon will automatically start over. I think the Traveler's Emblem was here. By the way, you cannot re-enter this dungeon, then there will just be a gate blocking your way here, so it's... Of course, there are many secret passages here to sneak past the guards, and if there is a certain distance between you and a guard, they will also not see you. You can make it through, those two won't see you because you are too far away now. I am too far away now. You really have to look where you click, as the Pathfinder will just calculate its own way without any regard if there is actually a guard in the way or not. And that can of course work pretty much against you. When you are not sure, you can best just click straight forward of you. Of course, I know exactly how the Pathfinder calculates its route, so I know how I can do this pretty safely. Well, this has been set up that you cannot get through it if you just look at the level layout. You will have to look for secret passages. Of course, I already know where some of the secret passages are. Ta-da! Welcome, Maria. You can call me Mort. Of course, I must praise you for to get this far. Of course, you realize I should have killed you before you could notice I was here the moment you entered. But that's not good sport now, is it? Come over here. Yes, Maria will have to fight a boss. And then, of course, I can throw this switch and Eric is right here. Well, Maria, I must give you credit. You are quite the sneaker. Then again, the guards above are not that clever. Well, I guess you must be very clever. Tell me, how did you know my name? That's a secret. But I know you are the cousin of Gadri or Sasha, or should I call him Dern or Woodlock? Your aunt is married to the Emperor, isn't she? Oh, and don't think I know about that he's waiting for you outside, together with Rebecca Silverton, Angela the Winged Girl, and Brandor. Not to mention Iravonia, daughter of Tefondor, and Silakandra, now reborn as Cindy Scorpio, who forced Kara Irana, otherwise known as Kirana, of the Order of Onyx to lead you here. Knowing things is part of the job for a trained assassin. I thought you should know that more than anyone else. If you know that so well, why didn't you welcome us at the entrance? Yeah, I don't care about this Order of Onyx Blash. I only care about the money, and I was paid to kill everyone who entered this room. If they wanted any extras, they should have paid more. Talked enough. Time to do my job. Sorry, girl. Ain't nothing personal. But my contract says I have to kill you. Farewell. Now, this boss fight is normally not really hard. It can sometimes be a bit treacherous. But normally you can kill it in one blow. I didn't really dare to make him really strong, since Maria is the weakest of the bunch, and tactics are not really the handy thing to go in a solo fight. But hey, Maria had her chance to shine here. I really wanted to do that. Personne n'échappe à la mort. Nobody escapes death. Well, and inside we will find our man, Eric. Sirius Black, of course. This is jokey reference to the Harry Potter series. Actually, she did reveal that to us, and we've still trouble to believe it. But she's waiting outside. Maybe you can better ask her yourself. Maybe this is getting interesting. Even knowing the truth won't do them that much good, so I wonder which move they will make now. But eventually, they all work into the web with no chances to escape. Eric, you're safe. Oh, come on, Rebecca, don't embarrass yourself. Well, I guess getting kidnapped is getting a bit a habit of yours, ain't it? Of course, this time it's the guy who always gets kidnapped. In most games, it's always the girl who gets kidnapped, so let's not complain about this. I can't tell you. Lotus Kachimcha will kill me if I did. Maybe you should give me your arm. My arm? Humans claim elves have very sharp teeth, so maybe I should bite your arm so you can have a bit of an impression what it will feel like when certain dogs will do it. Okay, you make your point. Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm serious. Lotus Kajimza wants to prevent you die. As that would mean your soul will become the god Yassatar again. That, and he can become stronger by devouring souls. He hopes that if yours can be devoured, he'd be the most powerful being in the universe. This is ridiculous. I do have an idea, guys. We can keep speculating whether or not Eric is really the supreme god. But we all know we've spoken with the one and only person who can truly confirm or deny Kirana's claim. You're referring to Malabia, right? You'd say she'd recognize her own husband. He knows! Forgive me, Lord Yemza! And off she goes. Dang, I completely forgot she can teleport. Let her go. She got no way to go. And she's no longer a threat to us either. It's clear she's more afraid of her lord than she's of us. We've got more important matters right now. I wonder why she didn't teleport away from us earlier. Teleporting is one of the most dangerous branches of magic. One tiny mistake and you'll teleport yourself into something else, killing yourself instantly in the process if you're lucky. And you don't wish to know what can happen if you are unlucky. While she was invulnerable, the magic posed no real danger to her, but she lost that trait. She must really be desperate to do it now anyway. And for that reason, I believe Mr. Brender is right. She's no more threat to us. So for now, we can best leave her be. Let's go to the Temple of Malabia. I want this sorted out right now. I'm afraid that it's all true, Eric. I tried to deny it the first time you came to my temple. But I felt your aura. Yasata's aura is inside you all the time. And when you told me the Gordo obeyed you, I knew Yasata had to be inside of you. Well, this scenario is actually where this chapter will truly end. And this will also be where I will end this video and take my leave of you. I don't dare to promise that the next video and the last one for the main game, as the video after that will be for the bonus dungeons that can only be reached through the New Game Plus, and the dungeons that can only be reached through having a certain amount of achievements. But I don't dare to claim that they will be shorter. And anyway, I'll be back next week, same time, same channel. Later. Before I end this video, it's not very well seen, but Eric is now dressed in blue. This to signify his current status as the Supreme God Yasata. And that being said, until the next time, take care of yourself and for each other.